let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be...
It's been a long time, GameBird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm-fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte piped glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
So order now while your body is ready.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. That ad never gets old.
No, it does not.
Never gets old. It's classic. GameBird Classic, maybe a little bit over there. All right, we're gonna have a big show for you guys today. We have 4 really important topics to talk about with Switch 2. Look, there's always something to talk about with Switch 2 now that we got past April 2nd. And heck, we haven't even really deep dove on the games outside of the hands-on impressions. So that's really cool. Today, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff, the power of the system, how powerful is this bad boy? Why did they use the screen tech they're using? All that stuff. We'll dive into some Mario Kart Direct predictions. We're not going to go crazy with it, but we'll have a little conversation on that. Hey, we got some predictions coming up for Switch 2 editions and GameCube NSO as well. So kind of predictions, maybe more like what we want. You know, it's kind of how predictions go sometimes. It's kind of more like what we want to happen rather than who knows, because, hey, maybe there'll be a round 2 of Switch 2 editions. Maybe there won't be. No idea, but might as well talk about it since we know they are a thing. And then, gosh, I don't even have the notes up. What was the other topic? Oh, right. Something to do with misinformation. And you know what? Just for good measure, we're just going to show this right now. Yeah. We got to make sure we bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam, baby.
All right.
Shout out to Demonic Brawler. We got to do it. We got to bring it back. This is the gen. The 10th generation is now. Well, not yet. June 5th. All right. Thank you so much for that one, Demonic Brawler, for the $5. Remember, guys, you can also super chat on any of our channels, whatever. Get your super chats in, get your requests in, get your questions in. It's just the core 4 tonight, so we'll probably feature them even sometimes during the show, not just at the end. But we'll see what happens if it's relevant to what we're talking about. Let's go around the room and just remind the people who the hell we are. Although, I mean, God, it's been like 40 episodes. They should know at this point. But Eric Moore.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's just it.
That's it.
I just realized we had that sick ad for the Nintenbyte merch, and there's not a single piece of it on the show right now. All right, I got it. We got the cup.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
You can rip a nice fart through the microphone. That's part of the ad, right?
Well, I mean, whatever has to get done. We got Gamer Classic, or is that Clown Classic?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to Nintenbyte. Excited to be here. You know, as the resident tech expert, I'm ready to dig into some power. As you saw in the ad, gaze into the power, and I hope that's what you'll all be doing tonight with us.
Oh, baby. And hey, shout out. He had a video up in this last week about Banjo-Kazooie.
Hell yeah.
Coming
That's
back.
right, the Baron Bird,
That's
baby.
right.
So if
I
you
mean,
guys
look,
like Banjo, go check it out.
everyone in the audience saw the news, right? Like Toys for Bob wants to do it. So Microsoft, if you ain't doing anything with it,
Please.
let them do something. Please. I just
Right.
I just want this to exist again. Just
Hold on.
and not just the Smash Bros.
Shut up and take my money. just do it.
It can't be worse than Nuts and Bolts, right? Can't be.
God. Yeah.
Thunderstash
Time feels
Gaming.
right.
You are muted, I think, sir.
Yep.
I think you're now you're still not working.
Yeah.
It would not be a Nintenbyte podcast without tech issues.
Does it work?
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
Yeah. So I said it's been a busy week. It's been a busy week. I replied to every comment.
Oh my god,
God,
I don't know
yeah.
how you did that.
Yeah.
So like when I put my hands on the keyboard, like you guys see this pinky, how it does like this thing where it's like,
Claw. You're getting the
yeah.
claw.
So when I'm typing, it's like out all the way. And when I do it for like too many hours, it like literally goes super sideways now. And it sucks because I'm like, dude, I'm not even 40 yet. What's it going to
It's
be like 20 years from now trying to play video games?
So what you do now when you're applying for comments, you say, you know what? My thumbs are still okay. Just start doing it on your phone instead.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I try to go back and forth between keyboard and phone just because of hand fatigue.
It's a good idea, actually. That might help.
Yeah. Yeah. The thumbs aren't sore. Yeah, go for it. They can get sore with some gaming, but you know. Yeah. And is the shirt because of WrestleMania coming out?
Yes.
There it is.
WrestleMania 2000 on the N64. Got the nice Japanese box art here.
Right, Easter Sunday. Wow.
That's insane.
That's on PC too, by the way.
Yeah.
For those who don't know. So I could actually watch it. Whether or not I actually do, I have no idea. Oh, hey, we have someone in the chat asked me to post one of my sponsor links. I definitely will do that for you. It's not that hard, guys. If you don't know, my channel is sponsored by Dbrand. So if you want to go to get the kill switch for Switch 2, you can just go to dbrand.com/Nintendo Prime. That's literally it. I can't even type. See, I've been doing too much typing. I can't even type. Of course, this keyboard is completely different from my other keyboard. Anyways.
Okay. Can you tell me something about it?
Sure.
You know what I'm going to ask.
I don't know what you're going to ask.
What is the price?
I don't actually know.
They don't say on their website.
No, they don't. I know
I put $1 down. That's the pre-order. Is
it
$1.
$1 or $3? I thought they told me $3. Maybe it's only
maybe it was $3. I don't know, but I put it down when it came
like
up.
it too. I like it because I like that when you detach the Joy-Cons, it goes with it. Like the grips go with it. I like that. But I'm like, yeah, and I asked them too. I had a meeting with Dbrand today, guys. We have a deal locked in. You're going to see them a lot in June. And what's funny is, one, they're the best company I've ever worked with. Shout out to Dbrand. You guys are so easy to work with. I've never had a sponsor basically just tell me I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. If you guys didn't see my first ad back on April 2nd, I literally was like, look, they paid me to say this shit. And I literally said that in the ad. Mm-hmm. And we went ahead and they told me today we had over 50 pre-orders. So like, it's almost like I know how to talk to my people.
Right.
My people know what's up. I like when a brand lets me talk to my people the way my people want to hear it. Just be honest and truthful and be like, dude, they fucking paid me to say this shit, just so you're aware. And you know what? It's the kill switch. Wow, I wonder where that name came from. It's almost like it originally existed for Steam Deck. Anyways. But no, it actually legitimately looks like a really cool grip, guys. I don't have one yet. They're going to get me one sent out for the June ads. So then I could actually go hands-on and give some impressions. But of course, they are paid sponsors. So you got to keep that in mind for anything I have to say about their products, because again, I'm paid by them. So like, I'm probably not going to be too harsh, even if I want to be. Of course, I could also just cancel. If the product sucks, I literally just will stop working with them. But that's a whole different thing. But yeah, I put the link in there for anyone that's interested. I literally don't know what it costs. I asked him today, and he's like, I actually don't know. I'm like, well,
that's never a good sign when the company doesn't know.
Well, you can go. What's the Steam Deck one cost? It's probably similar to the Steam Deck.
Not Quite Dead in my chat said that it costs around $70. So that he's thinking that's what it's going to be, and I was hoping that was the case. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, so you get everything included with it. So you gotta remember, it has like a kickstand thing. So the kill switch right now, when I look at it for the Steam Deck, they have the essential and the travel kit. So you might get to choose between two different ones. Obviously, they're going to customize it for Nintendo, because like the travel kit includes the travel cover, which I believe they were advertising with the Switch 2 one. I remember there being the travel cover. And the stick grips, and then you get a Dbrand skin to put on it if you want, a kickstand, and for them that's going to be the little thing that you could dock it with that plugs into your dock, and then you get the case itself. So yeah, theirs was $80 for the travel kit, and it's $60 right now for not having the travel cover or the sticks. I'm assuming it's going to be something like that. It's really premium though. I have held the one on Steam Deck. It's very premium. Like it's not like these cheap $20 ones out there, which are totally fine as well. Nothing wrong if you just want to get a $20 one. But it's like way more premium than that. And yeah, so I don't have that one on hand for Switch 2 yet though, because I don't have a Switch 2. Or do I? Wait, what's that? Wait, what's this? That's not a Switch 2 anyways. That's a dock.
That's a dock.
It's a dock. All right. That being said, yeah, I have no clue what it's going to cost because they didn't have a price for me, which is kind of weird. But obviously, I was informed if you put your $3 down and you decide not to get it, they will refund you your $3. So there's that as well.
Nice.
So, anyways, setting that aside, they're not even a sponsor of the show, but it was just someone brought it up in the chat, and I was like, hey, whatever, we'll talk about it quick. All right, so let's go around and pick some topics. I think I know what topic I'm probably should be stuck with. So you know what? I'll go first. That way I don't have to I'll take the misinformation topic. What are we doing? I mean, it's literally what I've been covering. I can literally reference my own videos for that topic. So it only makes sense for me to take that misinformation topic, which I guess that makes that topic 1. Oh my God, I'm going first. Oh, is this the first time I've gone first? Holy shit.
Possibly.
I mean, besides the episodes that were like weird ones where it's like 2 topics. Anyways.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I only watch episodes with me in it, so.
Eric.
Yeah. Oh gosh, let me get the podcast notes open again.
Oh my God, you're not even ready?
No, I am. Since I'm doing research on it.
This man for hours just sat here playing on his phone. He could have had the computer up.
I have everything up. I was doing research. Peace off. I didn't have the tab open. Tab up.
Eric, the trick is at least act like you're pondering. Instead of saying, let me pull it open, just like, oh man, that's a good one. But I don't know.
Don't admit it's not open.
Yeah, right. No, it's open. It was just
a different
not
tab.
directly in front of me. Since I'm looking at it, let's do what we want for GameCube on NSO, since that's what I was doing research on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because here's the bottom line. I'm giving you shit, and it's coming back to me later in the show. It does every fucking time.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not even going to say out loud because I don't want it to be said. I'm not jinxing myself. Let's go with GameBird. What do you take?
All right. Let me pull up the notes really quick.
Yes. Thank you, GameBird.
Listen, I know that tech is my specialty, but I'm gonna jump onto Mario Kart. Keep it simple.
Sure. And you know what? It kind of makes sense because Thunderstash then gets stuck with the tech topic. And the funny thing is, he actually was talking to Super Metal Dave. For those who don't know, Super Metal Dave 64 is why we were supposed to talk about tech. He's having some problems over there. Apparently, he rewatched the last episode he was on, and he did not like the way we treated him.
He called us a bunch of behind the scenes.
Yeah. Basically, it's like, oh wait, I'm on today. Yeah, off. No.
True.
No. In reality, he's having internet problems, and so he's having them come out, maybe work on the internet or maybe upgrade or reinstall. I have no idea, obviously, the exact details. But this became really prevalent. He was running a live stream last night, was having a ton of issues, and he told me today none of the issues got any better. So that's why he's not on, because basically he would just be disconnecting like every 15 minutes. But Thunderstash did get a chance to chat with him because he was doing a tech stream last night talking about cyberpunk tech. So he got to hear some of his words on that and see some of the stuff. Plus, Thunderstash is the only one here who played the damn games. Mm-hmm. So, like, if anyone's going to have any conversation on tech, it's going to be the multi-platform gamer who actually played the fucking shit. So,
yeah, works out good.
Kind of.
I've played it on PS4, PS5, and now Switch 2.
Yeah, because Cyberpunk's become the really big comparison. Although there's other good comparisons. The Hogwarts Legacy is suddenly starting to look a lot stronger than I initially thought it did for Switch 2. Despite importing the Switch 1 version. Like, there's some things they're doing in it that were not happening on PS4. Street Fighter 6. I mean, there's some good stuff out there. So who knows? Maybe we'll throw some comp footage up as well. There's a lot of YouTubers that have done that already. So we'll throw that up while we talk. But let's go ahead and get into that first topic, which I already forgot which one I took. Oh, that's right. Misinformation. Misinformation. So, as I'm sure all you guys know out there, especially if you watch the Nintendo Prime YouTube channel, and not everybody does, there's been a lot of misinformation for Switch, too. And it's been very, very frustrating. Has it been frustrating for you guys?
Yeah.
No
for Stash?
Yeah.
No, I ignore it all.
I know I'm getting it, so...
Well, yes, for Eric, he's like, whatever, it doesn't matter. For Stash, he's like, well, I can ignore it all. See, Stash is also not a channel covering news, so he doesn't have to pay attention to any of the misinformation.
Well, I watch all of it. No, I watch it all.
Yeah.
And I hear it, and I see everyone reporting on it. I watch the news like crazy, like my whole life for video game stuff. Like, I am dialed in. I told you this.
Yes, I know.
I used to live on the forums on Planet GameCube back in the day. Dude, yeah, like... For real, I watch it all, but it's just like there's just misinformation everywhere in the world, and now it's with video games, right? Now it's with Nintendo right now. I'm just so immune to like being able to automatically filter it out and ignore it, and still consume whatever good content there is and move on.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The misinformation's out there, and we'll go into the specific things that people are misinformed about. I'm not misinformed about anything, but I don't think an average consumer, like, I'm running a Nintendo podcast. Let's just be honest. I'm not an average consumer of Nintendo products. I'm obviously well aware of what's true and what's not true, what's fake and what's real. But it's been incredibly frustrating. I made multiple videos, obviously correcting some of the misinformation out there, because my problem is, like, I'm out in the real world. Like, I go to the store and I'll be like looking at the Nintendo section at Walmart, and I had someone walk up to me today and they're like, hey, have you heard about Switch 2? I'm like, yeah, dude, it's insane. They're charging $90 for games. I'm like, no, they're fucking not.
No.
Where'd you hear that? Dude, you haven't checked.
Slam them against the game case. What did you say to me?
Have you not been on the internet? It's everywhere, man. I'm like, oh, well, do you play? Dude, I don't even own a Switch. This is insane. I'm like, oh my God. These are like casual people that don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's how bad the misinformation's gotten with Switch 2. That, like, it's not us hardcore people that watch Nintendo podcasts. Everyone in this audience, you guys are not misinformed. You know what's up. I doubt there's a single person in the live chat that doesn't know there is not a single game on Switch 2 listed for $90.
Yeah.
But the general audience, that's the problem. This is where the misinformation sucks, because Nintendo has a really broad appeal audience, and they're the ones that they don't pay as close of attention. They just see the headlines. They see maybe one thing pop across TikTok, and now they're misinformed.
Here's the thing for me. Like, it's like 50-50. I understand Stash saying like, no, it's not frustrating. I could care less. And I totally get that side of it. I also have the frustrations. It's not my own like personal frustrations with it, but it is a bummer knowing that, listen, there's always going to be console war people. There's always going to be trolls and hardcore fanboys of any platform who are going to push out as much negative news as they possibly can, regardless of its whether or not it's based in fact or reality. It's just going to happen. And a lot of people just get off on it, and they just like the idea of trolling people and trying to own them. But the thing that sucks about it is, like you mentioned, Nate, casual gamers who are just popping into Twitter or jumping onto YouTube to learn about the new console, when there's like big names or journalists reporting super negative stories that actually aren't true and are misinformation, it sucks hype and joy, and causes confusion for people who maybe aren't playing into the negativity, but like, oh man, that like sucks. I can't even afford negative games. And and some of them are younger people who are going to be walking the schoolyard and telling their friends like, I'm super bummed. Switch games are $90. I like my mom's not going to get me a $90 Mario Kart game for my birthday. Whatever. It's like it's the joy that it's sucking out of what should be such an exciting time for people, especially Nintendo fans. But even if you're not hardcore Nintendo, like, it's a new console. Listen, you could call me a Nintendo fanboy. They're my favorite of the big three, but I have an Xbox. I have a PlayStation. I buy every console. I buy games from every console. I want them all to kick ass and succeed. But I don't even know where I was going with this. Anyways, the point is, we should all be excited about this. We shouldn't be bringing it down. Obviously, when there's nefarious stuff that goes on in the industry, some of the rough shutdowns or mistreatment of employees, that's stuff that's totally worth like bagging on a company or a studio head who's abusing power. But when it comes to this, it's like, dude, let's get hyped, man. We got a ton of great games coming. We got a brand new Switch that's more powerful, more feature rich. We got brand new controllers, all the bells and whistles. It's launching with a freaking Mario Kart game, biggest series on a Nintendo console. Like, we should be celebrating. So that part of it's frustrating, seeing the joy taken away.
Yeah. So like, it's like the $90 game thing. Just for context, for those who don't know, like how it started, is there are the MSRP, the suggested manufacturer retail price for physical games in most European countries by Nintendo, is 89.99 euros, while it is 79.99 euros for digital. So there's like this 10 euro difference. And basically, Tom Henderson is kind of the blame. Good old Tommy. He's a great guy. He's really good with his inside information. He made a horrendous headline using the dollar symbol instead of euros. And then you would think, oh, he just made a mistake there. No, the very first paragraph says it's $90 US when it's not. It's euros. And the funny thing about it is, if you actually look at the listings, this is for Mario Kart World, by the way, the only brand new game that's at that high price. Most of the retailers in Europe aren't even listing the physical version at 90 euros. They're going against the suggested retail price and listing it at 80. So like, it's actually pretty hard to buy it for 90 unless you buy direct from Nintendo, because the retailers themselves aren't even charging that. So like, it makes it even like, and people don't even realize that like, if you live in Europe, you actually don't have to pay 90 euros. So many retailers are charging 80 for physical. They're not willing to meet Nintendo's $90 price, which means they're basically cutting out their profits from the game, because they usually make about 10 euros for games. They're cutting out theirs, saying, screw it. We'd rather get people to come to our store over Nintendo's store, and maybe they'll buy other stuff that makes us more money while they're here. So that's usually why companies do. That's why Walmart does that. When Walmart had the deal about going in person and getting all launch games when they launch, like $10 cheaper for Nintendo, the idea was to get you in the Walmart, to get you to come into the store, get the traffic. They'll take they'll make no money on the sale of that game, but they hope you're buying other stuff when you're there. And that's the same process these retailers are doing now. Is, hey, we're not going to charge 90. We're going to charge the same as digital, but maybe while you're here, you'll maybe pick up some other games or some other accessories that we actually make money on.
Soda, chips.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
that type of
if
stuff.
it's an in-person store, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's the idea there. So yeah, it does suck that Nintendo did that, but they're not doing that here, and it's fake. And by the way, the biggest thing I see on it is like, well, 80, 90, what's the difference? It's a lot of money. Okay, 70, 80, what's the difference? It's a lot of money. Like, it's the same argument.
Yeah.
Like, and if it was 70, I don't think people would actually be freaking out, because that's been a standard price now for a handful of years. Anyways, we can talk more on the price in a moment, because I'm very curious on our general thoughts about Nintendo raising the price on stuff, because we haven't really talked too much about that besides our initial reaction back on the second. We'll come back to that here at the end of this first topic. So the other misinformation going out there, I said this on the internet. I think people are either being intentionally misleading for clicks, which is definitely a thing. It's called grifting for clicks. You know what you're presenting isn't true, but you don't care because it's getting you views. There are certain YouTubers out there, I won't name them on this show, although they've been named in my live streams, that are most definitely, there's no possible way they don't know the truth. And they're doing it anyways. And that sucks. And that's what leads to things like the misinformation on game key cards. So game key cards, by the way, I'm not even a fan of them. I don't like fake physical games. Do any of us like fake physical games? Don't we always want the game to be physically all on the disc, all on the cartridge?
They had their time and place.
Yeah.
But-
I still think it's the lesser of two evils.
Oh, yeah.
As in, it's better than a code in a box.
Well,
I'd rather
sure,
have
yeah.
that.
Because it's something. It's not an amazing something, but it's something.
Yeah.
You
It's
know.
the lesser of two evils for sure.
But it's
It'd
still
be like
rather be full physical, right? Like Bravely Default, as an example, is a game key card.
Yeah.
Come on, that should be on a card.
Yeah, by default for sure.
Yeah, like
Because
I don't.
it's a 3DS
Damn.
game.
I mean, come on.
Listen, Stash man, you've made a lot of puns since I've been on this show. I felt that one. I'm gonna be
Okay,
real.
yeah.
That was a solid pun.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
That was a good one.
Oh yeah, and I want to address this one point talking about the price point, because Sebastian Cross in the chat, he brought up, hey, a lot of Americans don't know that European prices already include sales tax. But here's the funny thing: they can't do that in the U.S. because the sales tax is different in every state. We have 5 states that don't even have sales tax. So like it is just $79.99 with a no tax. So like that's why they don't. People always wonder like, oh, there's the stupid Americans. They should be adding the sales tax when they list their MSRP. I'm like, they can't. They would have to list like 70 different prices, 50 different prices. Sorry.
No,
for the 50 states.
You're even wrong on that, because cities have taxes, counties have taxes. You know,
Yeah.
it's
State
down
to state,
like
city to city, county to
Yeah,
county. It
exactly.
all depends
You have
on where you are.
millions
It was
of
such a
different prices.
it was such a dumb argument to make.
Yeah.
It was so infuriating.
Yeah. So it's like they literally can't include taxes, because there are places in the U.S. you can go and there won't be a sales tax.
Yeah.
But within that same state, you go to a different city and they're chopping on 10%, even though the
Yeah.
state doesn't have a tax. But that other county didn't have one. They stayed with the state because they get enough funds from the state. So it's a whole thing where that's why like they can't tell you anything but MSRP, because they can't presume. You think it's confusing with the 90 euros versus the $80 US? Man, if they had to list the price for every possible territory in the US, oh my God, people would be the chart. It'd be so large, we'd be confused trying to read it. Be like, what is the price? I don't even know what the price is.
It'd be one of those. It would be like a thick ass terms and conditions packet with fine print.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like it's one of those that's why they can't do that in the US. You can say that means our system's messed up. I don't know if it means it's messed up. The states are all individual, and some states are doing better than others. Beats the fuck out of me. We're not here to get political. But what I will say is when we're talking about like the game key cards, so the misinformation around that was wild, because Nintendo's own website was so clear about what game key cards are. And people had this assumption that you couldn't resell them, you couldn't borrow it to a friend, because it's a digital game, right? So it's tied to your account. But how can it be tied to your account if you can't play it unless you insert the game key card? But if it's tied to your account, you don't need the game key card, just like a normal digital game. but you need the game key card. And Nintendo did come out, to their credit, in an interview, Dota, one of the hardware guys, and literally said, yeah, it ain't tied to anything. It's tied, you just insert the cartridge and play. Yeah, no shit. That's exactly what your website says. Reading comprehension, I think, is becoming a problem.
To be fair, though, wasn't that buried on their site, though?
No. Well, okay. So game key cards, the only reason we found out about it was because it's buried in their Q&A section or FAQ or whatever in their support page. Sure. That's how we found out about it.
Once we found out about it, it's...
But here's the problem. Read the fucking page.
But here's also the problem. They didn't include those details when they announced it.
They didn't announce it. So they never announced game
Oh, yeah,
cards.
true.
They
I
never
was
announced
I was sorry. I was thinking the digital game cards for when they did for the original announcement. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not
So
the game
they
key
never
cards,
announced game key cards. We found out about it through the FAQ. Now, look, I think they should have announced something about it, made a more public deal about it. But here's the problem. This is why I hate the misinformation that goes around about it. All the information, the place you found out about game key cards from literally has all the information on game key cards. Just read the page. They even show you how it works. They have pictures and diagrams explaining how it works. And like people are like, well, it's DRM. Okay, well, is your physical game DRM? You can't play the physical game if you don't insert the cart. The only DRM is on the very first boot, it has to connect to the internet to verify your license key. That's it. You never need to connect again. That license key is tied to the cart. Now, if you give it to a friend, yes, when they install the game, it will do one check to verify the license key, and then they can never have to go back on again. And what we don't know is if the friend and you, after that one check, can pass it back and forth and never do an online check again. That we don't know, and that is something, since I'm going to buy one of these games at launch, I don't really plan to buy too many game key cards. I need to buy one at launch because I want to test for you guys. Okay, if I install it on my Switch 2, Eric installs it on his Switch 2. If we turn the internet off on both our systems after that initial check, can we just now freely pass that key back and forth and keep playing? That would be cool.
Yeah,
we don't know that's something we don't know and isn't clarified. But what is clarified is we can borrow it to friends. We can resell it. And yes, the resale value is only going to go so far as the download shop remains available. Now, people have pointed out you can re-download your games still on Wii. Games you have purchased on Wii digitally, you could still re-download today. They have not turned off those servers. So we're talking about a hypothetical situation that hasn't even happened since Nintendo entered the digital age. The Wii, DS, 3DS, you could still download any digital game you purchased. You can't buy anymore. Wii U, they shut down the shops. You can't. But once you bought it, you can re-download it.
Their download servers are still up.
Their download servers are still up. So technically, Nintendo has never shut that down. So we're fear-mongering over a future that Nintendo's never actually participated in. They've let us continue to download games that we purchased, going all the way back to Wii, which is the very first system they had digital purchases on at all. So that's a very good sign, actually, that the value on game key cards will probably last decades, several decades. Because Nintendo has never shown any indication they're shutting down the download servers. And to be fair, I don't think it's costing them that much to keep the Wii download servers up. I'm not sure that many people are actually re-downloading their Wii games a lot. You know, like, don't know that it's that common. So it's probably just a cost of doing business to even just power the server on. It's probably one little server in the corner of Miyamoto's dark dungeon, keeping the Wii games and the DS games online. Anyways, and there wasn't that many digital games back then. That was more of the that was when Virtual Console to re-download. And there was a couple like the DSiWare games. And they also had like some little like World of Goo. And that's when they started the indie stuff back then. But it was still a really small library relative to today now. But yeah, there's no indication that they're I don't want to say ever going to shut down the servers, but they haven't yet. That being said, they've shut down the purchasing stuff. Like they've shut down the shops, but still can re-download them. So the confusion around game key cards was mostly just people making an assumption that the page doesn't state and never indicates and clearly says how they work. Like they work like a physical game, except for the fact you have to download the game, which is ironic because it's not new. Has anyone ever put a physical disc in your PlayStation or Xbox and had to download the game still?
Yeah, very often.
Mhm.
It's extreme. And I'm not just talking about installing the game, guys. Having to actually download most of the game. Just got announced that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle on PS5. Most of the game is downloaded and not on the disc.
Yeah, there's only 20 gigs on the disc.
Sounds like a game key card
keycard.
situation.
Yeah.
Except that there's no data on the key card besides the license key, but it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. It's just all how the media is spinning it and content creators. Nobody's talking about that except for a few people. Like I tweeted about it maybe a week ago whenever it came out, but nobody ran with it. They just wanted to like pick up the key card story and crap on it.
No one, it's so
Interesting.
weird. No one corrects, you know. Listen, sometimes you're gonna get shit wrong.
Mhm.
You know, hear a story, report on it. You know, not everyone had like you should do your due diligence. I know you do, Nate, with a lot of stuff, but hey,
Some mistakes.
you know, sometimes we get stuff wrong. It's so easy to in your next video be like, I want to, you know, correct a story that I put out there last week. It turns out this, and this. It's better. Still not the ideal situation, but a lot better than what we previously thought it was. It's so easy.
Yeah. And again, this isn't me saying that I like game key cards. I said from the very beginning of bringing this one up, I'm not a big fan of this. I'd rather there just be a full physical copy, or it be like Call of Duty. Let's say Call of Duty is like 100 gigs for Switch 2. Cool. Well, I'd still like single player to be entirely on the cart, and then you just download multiplayer. That would be nice.
It would be nice.
But we all know it's probably a game key card for the whole thing.
Probably.
Which
So-
somebody would argue makes sense because they can't fit the whole game on it. And you know what? I'm not going to argue with that. It would be nice.
You're going to have to pop it in and return back in 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah.
Best case scenario.
I mean, maybe if you got the fiber, you know, maybe we'll see. You know, but
Yeah.
you have to rely on Nintendo servers. At that point, you're probably limited by their servers.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm curious because Nate, you already said you're gonna, you know, be getting a game key card to test it out. Stash, you know, I know you're hardcore physical. I am as well. I plan on getting at least one as well, just for like the novelty of it, and to be like, you know, eventually there won't be game key cards. You know, eventually we're gonna be all digital, but it will be kind of cool to have like a piece of Nintendo history and be like, yeah, before they did full digital, they were putting key cards out and stuff like that. Do you plan on getting any of them?
Yeah, I do. Actually, by default, I'm getting Bravely Default.
Same. That's
Yeah.
that's my
I mean,
key
it's
card of
it's
choice.
$40, man.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a game that I didn't get. I have it up on my shelf for 3DS, but it's a game that I just really, I was very, you know, story of my life. I was very, very busy working, and I didn't get the time to play it. And I'm a very big fan of the HD 2D remakes. Of course, like Square Enix has been pushing out Octopath and Dragon Quest, you name it. Just big fan of it because obviously that's the era we grew up with. And so I'm like, $40 as a launch title. And again, I don't really care that it's not a key card, man. If it's a code in the box, yeah, I care a little bit more for sure. And at that point, maybe I'll just go digital because I don't care about the code and I'd rather save the space probably at that point. But I don't mind these these red cards.
Yeah.
I think they're a lot cooler, honestly, than nobody wants a code in the box. Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
But you get a card still. You still get the box art.
Yeah.
It ain't that bad. And you know what? The thing is that we're gonna see it a lot. I really do.
And
I don't think we're gonna get a lot of cyberpunk stories where
uh,
they work very hard to put it all on the cart.
there's a market for boxes too. Like I mean, people are literally making boxes of retro games.
I see it all
Super
the time.
Nintendo, like
Mhm.
mock Super Nintendo boxes, N64 boxes, mock jewel cases for PS1 games.
Labels too.
Yeah.
Cart labels.
I mean, again, not ideal, especially if you prefer physical. It's not ideal. It's a lot better than just the download codes in a box, and it's a lot better than just buying one of those cards hanging on the rack at a Target that just is the little scratch the code and enter
Yeah.
it. That
Yeah, I don't
that's
like
like a
that.
Starbucks gift card or a Target gift card for a specific game.
Yeah, it feels very sterile. I don't like that.
Yeah.
All right. So look, game key cards kind of cleared up. It sucks people are still passing around that misinformation. I think they just some of passing around the misinformation is people just want to be mad. I mean, there's that as well. So people just like to latch on to negativity. And one of the other ones that's out there deals with cartridges as well. And it dealt with the Switch 2 edition games. And supposedly, you know, it's a Switch 1 cartridge with a download code for the Switch 2 edition pack. And I actually don't even know how this started. Nintendo's games, whenever they require a download, they always say download required on the box. They've been that way the entire Switch generation. They're that way on the Switch 2 game key card boxes. The box for the Switch 2 editions do not say download required. They just say the full original Switch 1 game with, you know, the Switch 2 edition stuff. It says and the Switch 2 edition stuff. It doesn't say and a code for the Switch 2 edition stuff. So the assumption should have been it's all on a cartridge. I don't know why anyone would assume otherwise. But again, I think this also comes down to this reading comprehension thing, because Nintendo has now come out in an interview and clarified it, and their UK My Nintendo store clarified it to me and many others that no, it's one cartridge that includes everything. So it's a red cartridge and it has everything, and it only works on Switch 2. Cool.
It's cool, man. It looks like Maximum Carnage
Yeah.
on Super Nintendo. It's awesome.
Yeah, and again,
love
the
it.
misinformation spreads. Like, this is how bad the misinformation got for this. I would have people in my comments after I corrected saying, no, literally on the box it says it's a download code. I'm like, I put the box on screen and read it to you. It does not say download code. Where did that even come from? That doesn't even make sense. And I understand people said the wording could be clearer. The wording in Japan is much clearer about it than the wording in the US when they translated it over. Although the wording in the US isn't that confusing either if you just have reading comprehension. And this is something I brought up earlier about how people have an issue with reading comprehension. I'm not making fun of anyone in the audience. Look, if you have a reading comprehension problem, it's probably not your fault. It's probably just how you were raised or how you were educated or how you were taught to interpret things when you read them. Reading comprehension can be a problem. And I notice it even with my own kids. It's one of the number one things we're working with them in school right now is my children have reading comprehension problems. They read something and they think it means something that it doesn't. And I think the internet has actually helped make that worse. There's that joke out there, like on X. I see this meme all the time. You know, you tweet out there, you know, I like pancakes. And then someone will respond, you fucking hate waffles? No, it's an entirely different fucking sentence.
I see that a lot. That's interesting you bring that up. It really is, because I see that. And again, that's one of those things I just filter out because I'm like, what the heck? What is wrong? Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy conclusion, but all right. But I keep seeing it more and more. I'm just like, and again, I just keep filtering it out. But now that you bring it up, I do see that a lot. It's very odd.
You say one thing and they just jump to a completely different thing you never even said because they just assume that if you are saying this one thing, then you mean this other thing. It's like, no, reading comprehension. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
I think there's two pieces to the puzzle, and I do agree that one of those pieces is reading comprehension. I actually think the other part of it is attention span issues. And people don't read the whole thing. They read the first line, the first two lines, and then they get caught up in the moment, and now they've got to go type away without finishing. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, but by the way, to clarify, you're bringing up the I like pancakes thing. Look, I do like pancakes. I do like waffles. I love French toast.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Sign me up. Sign me up, man. I'll eat half a loaf.
Oh, dude. Especially if it's like the Texas toast, French toast. Oh my
Yes.
God.
Oh God.
Ah,
It's
man.
like all thick
Making
and
me hungry.
snack pie.
Right.
Man, guys, we should have hit 420 last night. I could have went for that. All right. So that's that. I would like to say that's like the end of like the biggest misinformation out there. And then Nintendo today, I like literally The Nintendo Today app.
Nintendo said, "Hold my beer."
Well, they didn't say hold my beer. Like
That's true.
This misinformation's not as bad, but it's a bad look because there's so much grifting on incorrect info, and then Nintendo decides to put out incorrect info themselves worldwide on the Nintendo Today app today. I don't know if anyone's bothered to look at their Nintendo Today app today because I don't check it every day. Admittedly, I don't. I should. But I don't. If there's a big thing that happens, it hits social media anyways, and then I'll go check it out. But the Nintendo Today app, oh, it just crashed for me. Give me 1 second. Happens sometimes. Oh, it opened the calendar part. That's why. Okay. So the Nintendo Today app, it's got this little ad here for the grip, except on there, which it probably won't focus in. It says a 3D view of the Joy-Con 2 charging grip. Now, here's the thing. Only one of us on this show has touched a charging grip. It's Thunderstash. They had them at the Switch 2 experiences. They have the 2 buttons on the back, the GL and GR, which basically weren't working or they wouldn't let you map it or whatever. So they were just there so you could feel what it feels like. Then obviously you can plug a cable in and keep the Joy-Cons charged, right? That's the whole point, charging grip. That's not the grip in the app. The grip in the app is the one that comes with Switch 2. That is not a charging grip. So it literally says 3D view of the Joy-Con 2 charging grip, but that's not the grip that's not the grip they're showing. So you have a 3D view of the actual grip that comes with the Switch 2. So this, again, is also misinformation. It's not the biggest misinformation. It's not as big as $90 games and telling you that game key cards are something they're not. But what it is telling you, and this is the problem with this, is in the era of all the misinformation, now Nintendo did it. And yes, it was probably an honest mistake. But this went worldwide. I've now seen people confirm it in Japan and other worldwide. So that means millions. Nintendo told everyone to download this app on what, April 2nd? Or was it the direct before? I think it was April 2nd. Or was it the direct before? It was the direct before.
I think it was the direct before. Yeah.
The direct before. Yeah. They told everyone download it for Switch 2 news every day.
Yeah.
They literally said after April 2nd, Switch 2 news every day.
Yeah.
And then that's the news you put in there, and it's factually incorrect.
I haven't been.
That's how Nintendo. Like,
I haven't been reading anything in there. Have I missed anything? Have I really missed anything?
nothing. So it's mostly. I haven't seen like a lot. Like this would be like the news part. I don't consider it news to have a 3D view of a grip.
No, do I?
I guess since we can't see it, a lot of people can't see it in person. I guess it's kind of cool to look at it. But like most of the stuff they put in here is just like different pieces of art. Like they have the Donkey Kong Bonanza thing here. You get like a 3D view of a cool.
Saw that on Twitter.
And they have like the countdowns in there to the next directs and stuff. So it's mostly stuff that we already really know about. There hasn't really been anything too crazy in here. Notably, they are streaming the Nintendo Direct via this app now.
Huh.
That's tomorrow. The very first Direct ever will be streamed in through the Nintendo Today app. So
that's pretty cool.
I think they're trying to be kind of a hub for fans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them use the calendar and like sync it with my calendar on my iPhone for release dates, because I manually do that myself.
I would even this, like I would like to see, because I have the little calendar thing here. Let me sync my calendar with your calendar. Just let me have everything on one calendar. I like this Zelda themed calendar. I actually like it. So let me sync my stuff. So when I open up the app, I can see all the things I have going on today that aren't just Nintendo. And then I actually would use your app a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like a Nintendo themed way to check out my day, what I got going on. I like that. But don't be wrong, they might do that in the future. This is an app. It's going to be. They plan for this app to be around for a long time. So I suspect new features will get added over time.
Miiverse confirmed.
Yeah. Put Miiverse on that bad boy. I'll definitely use it every day.
That'd be epic.
But no, so again, I don't think it's like the biggest deal that they mixed up the grips. But then if you think about it, I'm not worrying about people like me. Like people saw how like, man, you look really angry in your video. You saw that. I'm like, well, I'm mad because there's been so much misinformation. The one company that hasn't really provided that misinformation that we've been defending from now just added to it. That is a frustrating moment for me as a content creator trying to defeat misinformation when the very company that I'm explaining the things about goes out of their way to provide misinformation. And it's not me. It's not you guys watching. I'm worried about. You guys know what a charge grip is. You know what the standard grip is included in the box. We just did this with the Switch era. We all know, but we're the hardcore. I'm not worrying about us. I'm worrying about the person at the store telling me games cost $90.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are going to open up their Switch 2s, see this exact grip, and wonder how it charges their Joy-Cons. Is it wireless? Am I missing something? Oh, this shit doesn't work. And I'm going to go on the internet and bitch the charging grip doesn't work because you don't have the fucking charging grip.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't blame you for thinking you do. Because Nintendo just advertised it.
Did.
Nintendo just advertised the wrong grip to millions of people. So that's what I'm frustrated with. That's the problem with misinformation. I'm not worried about you guys and me. And I know you'd be like, well, then why are you so mad in your video? Yeah, it's not about really the people that watch my videos. It's just about
the basic consumer or the parent or the same people who thought that the Wii U was an accessory to the Wii.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is bad communication. It just is. Again, I don't think it's going to overall affect sales of Switch 2. Again, it's a grip. But I know a lot of people that use the grip on Switch 1. My fiance is using it right now playing Fortnite. I know tons of people that use the grip. Is that the best way to play? No, but it's often better than just trying to hold them in your hands. If you want a more traditional controller experience, the split Joy-Con to the side is kind of comfortable sometimes. But anyway, so again, I don't think it's the worst thing. It's just it shouldn't have happened. Like this got posted worldwide. How many checks did this have to go through before it got posted worldwide?
Yeah, that's concerning. Like again, like this stuff, it's unfortunate, right? That it happens because it shouldn't. It should never happen with the source, right? The source being Nintendo. That should never be wrong. That should be the one source we should always be able to count on. You know, like when I go to Best Buy to pick up my pre-orders, and a lot of people know this, that this happens every time. Like, yeah, I'm here to pick up this game. I'll show them the app. They'll be like, oh yeah, we don't have that, or that doesn't come out till next month. Literally, I have conversations like this, I swear, on my life. Okay, on my life. Every time. It's happened last time. And it's just like, it makes me think too, like when you're talking about the pancakes and waffles and how, I'm just, what is wrong with people? Am I living in a simulation? This is so weird, dude. This happens every time. And I'm very calm every time because I'm like, I'm a pro at this now. It's been happening for years, dude, like years, probably well over a decade. And it's just so odd, the things that I'm seeing these days.
Yeah. Yeah. So if people wonder, I'm not actually like super mad at Nintendo. It's more so all this misinformation has been going on. We're all aware of it. The last thing we needed was even a little bit of misinformation out of Nintendo. Even it was probably an intern who made a mistake and nobody checked it and it went live. Okay, well, can nobody go in there and just delete the word charge?
Yeah.
That will fix everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just delete the word charge.
Yeah.
That's all they have to do.
Yeah.
It reminds me, not to the extent, obviously, but we've all experienced it. We all experienced it, I'm sure, with Wii U, where we had people calling us, right? Family, friends. Steve, what is the Wii U? Well, what do we do with this accessory? How does this work with the Wii? And we had all those questions, right? Which, again, it's because the marketing was not good. So I see stuff like this, right? And it's like, all right, I don't cover the news, right? Nate, you do. So it's not my job to educate
consumers on anything. Yeah.
But I do, bless you, but I do, like with friends and family.
Sure.
And I always will, but it's like, are we going to have to do this again? And if we do, just to what extent, right?
Yeah.
Because again, it's just concerning when this happens with Nintendo. Like, where's the checks, as you said, the checks and balances? What are we doing here?
Yeah. I just don't know how this is something getting posted worldwide. So I just don't know how there isn't checks and balances. And my whole thing is people make mistakes and maybe this got through without someone checking it or the right people checking it. But then how is it not corrected by now too? Like, I'm not saying go on social media, issue an apology.
Mhm.
Look, I've had typos in my titles before. Oh, someone points it out, edit, delete, fix, problem solved. Like, we can just pretend it never happened. That's all Nintendo would need to do. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that some people will be misinformed, but at least the next time they check the app, it's correct. You know, so anyways, it is what it is. Again, my major frustration isn't so much that particular thing. It's more a buildup. They're just giving ammunition to the people who are intentionally misinforming. And here's the thing. They're giving ammunition because I bet you, I have not watched a single content creator on this, but I bet you the ones that have been grifting on all the fake information will now grift on this being misinformation from Nintendo, ironically.
I think so too. I think that's what's going on, is that they're just riding, I presume, what would be like the algorithm wave, which is you know, it's a sad form of content, but it's very prevalent, I would say, amongst some groups within YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, come on, you got to be kidding me, bro. Does your thumbnail really say $90 Switch 2 games and it's April 16th? You don't actually believe that, but again, they're just trying to bring people in, and it's sad. It's sad work, but what can you do, man?
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna say the guy's name out loud, but hey, we have a super chat. Thank you so much to Taker 610. So yeah, this podcast isn't just on my channel, like in my streams, I'll call people out, but like the show represents all of us, and unless everyone wants to start calling them all out, we're gonna leave that alone. We don't need to create drama. That being said, I do. Sorry, I can't. It's so funny. It's all like people don't know.
That's pretty funny.
It's not like people don't know about that particular YouTuber.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick, Nate, because I had to step away for a second. That I think you made fantastic points about Nintendo and just like the confusion with that announcement. It's bad enough that we have YouTubers out there, without naming any names, reporting that Switch 2 is going to cost $600 to $700.
Oh my god, those are the worst.
I watched one today. I'm not going to say who, but I don't know the lie. I mean, the guy.
That was the other one. The tariff thing, the headline with the tariffs. I totally forgot. Oh my god. Because Nick K posts an article with an absolutely horrendous headline saying 145% tariff is going to affect Switch 2s in the United States. But it doesn't.
Yeah,
because
they don't
all the
manufacture
Switch 2s
them
from Vietnam. And their
Yeah.
source is just somebody who works in manufacturing with Apple and Nintendo. And all their source said, if you read the article, is that video game consoles are not exempt, which is true, and thus will be subject to the tariffs. Their source never specifically said Switch 2 in the US is being hit with the tariffs. They just said video game consoles in general. PlayStation 5's entire supply to the US comes from China. They're impacted. Nintendo planned a long time ago. It's Vietnam. We're watching the 90-day delay with the 10% tariff and the negotiations. That's what we're paying attention to for the US, not what's happening in China. Although there are some accessories that do come from China to the US for Switch 2, they'll be sold separately. That, yeah, we could see some price things if Nintendo doesn't move their manufacturing. The Pro controllers, for those who don't know, are made in Cambodia. I put up a tweet about this, where all their stuff, all their accessories are coming from. Switch 2s are coming from Vietnam. It's right on Nintendo's website. That was the frustrating thing about that headline, and it started getting ran everywhere. Shout out to Go Nintendo, though. You talked to Jake Randall and actually corrected the headline. I do appreciate that. I love when an outlet can do that and just admit, hey, we screwed up. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Nikkei is a credible place, but they made a really terrible headline for clicks. So it's right on Nintendo's website. The systems come from Vietnam. Well, also on Nintendo's websites where everything else comes from. So the Switch 2 Pro controllers come from Cambodia. The camera comes from Vietnam. The Joy-Cons come from Vietnam. So if you buy an extra set of Joy-Cons, those are also from Vietnam. But there's like the big thing is if you want an extra charging cable and brick, those come from China. If you want an extra, what was it? Or if you want the official Switch 2 carrying case that carries everything, that also comes from China. I have a whole tweet up about it if you want to go look at that. They want to see the rest of the stuff, but it's mostly just those accessories. And when it comes to the charging brick, guys, Nintendo is apparently using standard power delivery this time.
Hooray.
So you don't really, if you want you could just get a third party one and you'll probably be fine. It's a 45 watt delivery. It's completely standard for USB-C. You could just get that. You don't even have to buy Nintendo's branded one. So, but you'll still get one in the box, and that one won't be impacted because it got shipped to you out of Vietnam. So, yeah. So I heard some people say, well, if the parts are manufactured in China, well, just to kind of explain how tariffs work, they can't tax parts being shipped from China to Vietnam. They can only tax the parts coming from the country to the US.
Mm-hmm.
So the charge bricks and cords can come from China and go there. The chipset can come from China and go to Vietnam. But the only tax there is when it leaves Vietnam and comes to the US.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's like, yeah, even though parts that are in the box might be made in China, that doesn't matter because it's all assembled in Vietnam. The US supply is, to be clear. China probably still makes most of the world's Switch 2s. They just don't make the United States ones. Nintendo planned for this, basically. Furukawa even talked about this earlier this year at an investors meeting when people asked about tariffs. He said, well, we've diversified our supply chains to the U.S., so we're not as worried about it. Now, Nintendo did say the quiet part out loud. Oh, 46%. We didn't know that was going to happen. Well, shit. We got to delay pre-orders, and we still don't have a pre-order date.
Mm-hmm.
Some rumors for next week. We still don't have an exact date on that. So that's why it's not a topic this week, because we don't have an exact date. I was hoping they'd announce it by now. Maybe they'll announce it in the direct tomorrow. Speaking of all of that, now that's all the misinformation I'm aware of out there. If there's anything else, it's just made up bullshit. If there's anything else out there, but one thing that's consistent through all of this, and it's been consistent since April 2nd, is the whole drop the price thing, the drop the price movement, as we call it. And I just want to get onto this here because I know all of us are buying Switch 2. All of us are probably getting Mario Kart, which is the expensive game. We're probably some of us might be planning to get the bundle. Some might be getting the physical copy. But I put up this post the other day that I thought was very, very interesting about something I'm noticing with trends about some, not all, but some of the people that are screaming drop the price. And I believe it was me quote tweeting Shadow Fox Infinite of all people. Shout out to him. I think I saw him in the comments on this show. But it was basically something along the lines of a lot of people that are saying drop the price are people that were never going to buy Switch in the first place and probably never owned an original Switch either. They're screaming it because they hate Nintendo anyways. And they were just waiting for the excuse to jump on. This is not saying some of you in the audience don't think it's too expensive and don't think they should drop the price. But it becomes exasperated by, I guess, the people that I label as haters because they've been waiting in the wings. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting to jump down Switch 2's throat.
Nate, are you talking games? Or are you talking the actual hardware?
Well, I mean, the haters are criticizing both, but the game one's the most prevalent.
Sure.
The $80 game.
Because they didn't, it's funny, like they thought they were so clever with this drop the price movement, yet they didn't explain what they want the price dropped on, which I thought was really funny.
Yeah.
Like, you left out a key part, man. Are you wanting a cheaper console? You want a cheaper Joy-Con? You want cheaper games? Which one is it?
Yeah, the game's the one getting slammed the most, right? That I see. But when you say drop the price, that it could be across the board, could be everything. But look, we're about to have a Mario Kart World Direct tomorrow. We know what that chat's going to be.
Yeah,
it's going to be nothing but drop the price for 15, 20 minutes. Well, actually, throw the half hour early, 45 minutes. It's going to be straight of just people screaming drop the price. And it's interesting to me because I do think $80 is quite a bit of money for a game because we hadn't seen this price before. But I also I was looking at my purchase history on a lot of games that aren't necessarily on Nintendo platforms or ones I'm playing on Xbox or PlayStation or PC. And there's that initial buy-in price, but then I almost always am spending extra on DLC. Some of them have content locked behind certain mechanics or season passes, and I'm spending money on that. And I started realizing that a lot of these games I spent a hell of a lot more than $80 on.
Yeah. Or even editions. You've got your standard edition of the game. You've got your deluxe edition that has extra skins and XP packs. And then your ultimate edition that comes with the first wave of DLC has extra skins. You only get that in that edition.
Yeah, early access, like you said, where you get to be their beta tester for 3 days unpaid.
Yeah.
But you pay them for it just to do that. That's always an interesting one, depending on how you want to look at that and how you want to spin it.
Yeah, it's a weird double standard, and I want to preface that with $80 is expensive for a game. There's no precedent for it in modern consoles for just like a standard version of a game.
Ring Fit Adventure.
Yeah, like Ring Fit Adventure, sure, but obviously that comes with the peripheral, so there's an addition to that. But so I do understand this thing. There's going to be people out there, who are slim, low on funds. Like getting the Switch 2 is already going to make a dent in the wallet. It's going to be hard for them to pick up an $80 game. So I get it, and I feel for that. At the same time, like, we're already selling games for $150 for the complete version of it, and those, like the more affordable version, the non-$75, the $90 version or the $120 version, any Ubisoft game for that matter, and plenty of others.
All the gold editions from Ubisoft.
If you want the complete game, you're spending over $100 for most of these AAA games. Mario Kart, you're getting a complete game. You're not getting the Mario Kart World Standard Edition, Deluxe Edition, and Complete Edition. You're also not getting, you have to pre-order if you want to be able to play as Piranha Plant as a racer. You're not getting any of that bullcrap either, So listen, it's a little pricey, but you're getting a complete package, and you're getting a complete Nintendo package. And what is a complete Nintendo package? It's a game that's not broken. It works day one. It's not bugging out. It's not crashing out. It works as intended. It's the highest level of polish. And it's a game that's going to get supported the entire generation of Switch 2. 7 to 8 years of support this game is going to get. And who knows? Like, if Nintendo decides, hey, we're doing a huge ass DLC wave for this game, and guess what? It was so successful on Switch 1 with NSO. If you have NSO, you're getting the Mario Kart World DLC for free as well, with all the new characters and all the new tracks. So, like, there's potential for like really cool announcements. We have no idea. Maybe they'll add free racers. Maybe that's outside of DLC. Kind of like how Splatoon has added things for free, weapons and gear and stuff. But I don't know. I think the whole argument about console price is absolutely silly. I think it's priced incredibly fair. We don't know if tariffs may or may not, a lot could change in the next days or weeks. So I don't know how tariffs necessarily could or may affect Switch 2 pricing. But as it stands right now, with what we know, what has been confirmed by Nintendo, that $450 price point is beyond fair. The base level Steam Deck is $400, and it's nowhere near as good as Switch for a magnitude of reasons. The second level of Steam Deck, the base OLED, is not as good as Switch 2. And there's several reasons for that. HDR, no HDR support on the base level Steam Deck. The base level Steam Deck only runs with a refresh rate of 60 hertz. The Switch 2's double that. There's a number of reasons. You get 2 controllers in the box with the Joy-Cons. That's 2 controllers with improved HD rumble out of the box. You don't get that with Steam Deck. Steam Deck, the dock is $80. Buy a separate purchase. You get a dock with the Switch. This is an extremely impressive piece of hardware. I know we're going to talk about power later. So I'll leave that part out of it. My point is the console price, that's a moot point in my opinion. Obviously it's subjective, but I think with what you're getting as a hybrid piece of hardware, I don't see any issue. $70, that's the standard of modern gaming. Obviously Nintendo was going to make the jump. I don't think anyone should be surprised by that. So I really think the only thing there is to kind of have a debate over is whether you think Mario Kart World at $80 is a fair price.
Yeah,
Everything else
we
I
have
think
to.
is pretty normal.
I think we have to reserve judgment until at least, the very least, until tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
this is a conversation to revisit after the direct.
Yeah, and I think we all have. You know, it's like, do we like the price? No, but I will say I trust Nintendo. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, which is show us why. And they said in their direct, like, I found it very interesting that at the Switch 2 reveal, the big Switch 2 blowout, they make an announcement to tell us in advance at that direct. They could have tweeted it out, but they wanted to tell us that, hey, we got a direct coming for Mario Kart in like 2 weeks. Because they knew the price was going to get out after. And everyone jumped on them and, you know, just freaked out. And the thing is like, hey, there's a reason they told us that. We have to remember that.
Sure.
Like they planted the seed. The sale's coming tomorrow.
Yeah. Demonic Brawler comes in with the $10 super chat saying, I don't really care that it's $80. First of all, I'm buying the bundle. So there you go. $30 off right there. But more importantly, I bought games for more than that on other systems that were digital deluxe, but broken day one.
Yep.
That's so true.
Yep.
I've done that. We've all done it, right? All of us. I remember one time getting NBA 2K and I got the deluxe edition, the one that was like 150, okay?
Yeah.
And I took off the Friday for work. So if you got that edition, you got it a few days early. So I think you got it on Friday and the retail release was like Tuesday in stores or, 9 p.m. the night before. And so if you're playing my team, right? Just like if you guys play Madden or NCAA, like if you can get a jump on that, right? And start building up before everyone else comes in, that's cool because you get a little bit of an edge, especially if then you got to go back to work while some of the younger kids who aren't working start catching up. At least it puts you on a more even level playing field. But I remember doing that, and it was Labor Day weekend. The game was so busted. The servers were cracked out the whole time. It was the biggest waste. And this has happened so many times to so many big name IPs where you pay more money for these deluxe editions and they don't work. They're bugged out.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Star Wars Outlaws. All those people who got early access, and then the game comes out and they're like, sorry, we have to push this patch through and your save file isn't going to work anymore. So you have to start over. Even though you paid extra money to play early, you're going to have to start from scratch again. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's like, what? But this happens all the time.
And then they charge you for day one DLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, day one DLC, which it's day one, which means it was cut out of the game.
Yeah. And when you boot up the games now, the main menu where you start your game, load your game, go to your options, there's also a beautiful storefront with microtransactions to get you to pay more money. That's the day. Listen, Nintendo's not a perfect company. They make missteps. They fumble. Sometimes they do things that are very consumer friendly. Sometimes not so much. The day I bust open a Zelda and I'm getting blasted with microtransactions and all that stuff, that's going to be the day I shed a tear as a Nintendo fan.
I would too. Yeah.
They're advertising.
Some people being like the Doug Bowser redemption arc, and then you get the super chat comes in and says, Doug Bowser, our $80 games work.
for microtransaction in Zelda. You want this apple to be golden? Pay us $1.
I know.
Yep.
I understand some people saying that, like, not buying the $80 game, it's a principle thing about not wanting games to go up in prices. But like, look, even if Nintendo doesn't do it, it's happening anyways. We just went over a bunch of examples how they've been going well over the $80 price for a hell of a long time. Well, the standard editions, yeah, but you're also at a disadvantage when you get the standard editions often. So they're really heavily pushing the digital deluxes and the collector's editions. And, I forgot what the Madden one was, but like, and the big thing was like NBA 2K too, is they've made the single player so currency dependent. And basically, if you don't get the deluxe version, you're not even going to be able to make your player a competent NBA player.
Yeah.
Like they will still be in the 60s, like 10 years in their to their career if you don't spend any money. It's ridiculous. It used to not be that way, but
that's why I don't play my career though. I play my team and I play no money spent. That's my whole thing, the no money spent squad. And I ball people up who you can very clearly see that dude, I go on Reddit and in different groups with 2K. There are people spending thousands of dollars. There's people who are literally spending $500,000 when they get paid and then not paying their bills. And like openly admitting to it. And like,
what's that?
Showing receipts and stuff. I'm like,
what's that one game? I wish I remember what it was called.
Me too.
Star Citizen, is that the one? Hundreds of millions of dollars. The game's never come out yet, though, that people have spent on it.
Yeah, I think
it's the sci-fi game.
Yeah,
millions.
Forever kickstarted game.
Yeah, kickstarted game.
I mean,
but
it's still in active development, but I literally don't know where any of that 900 million so far. 900 million.
$900 million from people. Yeah. And here's one other point I wanted to make on this pricing, that like a lot of people have this concern, but I don't necessarily know that it's a valid one to make. I saw a lot of people upset, especially early on, saying that, well, the problem is that Nintendo is setting the precedent for $80 games now. And I see how you could come to that conclusion, but here's the deal. We're late into this current gen for Sony and Microsoft. I'm sure, we'll be seeing the PS6 in the next year and a half to 2 years. Xbox, even sooner, what's next for them. I think it's a safe bet that regardless of if Nintendo kept their games at $60 or even hell, they switched 2 games to $50, I guarantee you that we'd see a standard of $80 from Microsoft and Sony going forward, especially with the amount of money that they throw into game development. There's been articles over the last year or longer about how AAA games need to cost more, and studios saying we're not charging enough for our games, and it's a problem. So I don't think yes, Nintendo's the first to do like a standard $80 game, but I don't really think that the industry is going to be like, oh, well, if Nintendo could do it, so can we. Obviously, there's been rumors that Grand Theft Auto 6 could cost up to $100 for the game. I think this stuff was coming regardless of what Nintendo did. Period.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. I mean, we've all heard the rumors that GTA 6 might be $100. And I'm not even going to say the game can't justify it. Look at the interest it has. Look at it's probably the highest budget video game of all time that's actually coming out. I don't know if it spent 900 million like like Star Citizen has, but if it did, they can justify it because they sold 200 million copies of GTA 5. It's pretty wild out there. Look, I'm not going to sit here and try to like justify the prices, right? I always tell people, you speak with your wallet. Right? That's the biggest thing. I'm not going to ever tell people how to spend your money. It's your money. Spend it how you want. If you don't think $80 is worth it for Mario Kart, then don't buy it. That's okay. I'm not a salesperson for Nintendo. My job is not to sell you on their games, right? Like that's not my job. My job is to cover them and decide for myself what I like and what I don't like. I don't mind the $80 price point because I know the amount of entertainment I'm going to get. Yeah, Stash. I'll just bring this up right now. We are streaming in 720p. It was my mistake.
Okay.
It's a setting I always forget. For some reason, our streaming service doesn't default to 1080. I have to change it before the stream every time. So I do apologize, guys. The stream's a little bit lower quality than I would like. Tomorrow, when I'm streaming the Mario Kart Direct, me and Stash are doing it. It will be in 1080p. I already went ahead and preset that on that one. Because after I realized, I'm like, oh crap, I screwed up on the show. Dang it. So I'm sorry about the 720p, guys. But oh well. It is what it is. And some of you guys might go, you're not streaming in 4K tomorrow? Well, no, because me and Stash are doing it together. But don't worry. I'm going to be working out. I'm slowly working out a way that we can come into the 4K era for Switch 2. Just give me some time to figure this out. All right. I'm trying to find a way to get it locally hosted. Eric has fiber as an example. So if I had like him host it with the laptop at his house, and we all just came into him and he streamed it back out. You know, there's some things I've been playing with. My internet's technically fast enough to do it as well. Because I've done 4K streams. You guys have seen it. So it's just a matter of the show would be set up completely different than now. Like right now, we use a web software. It's really easy to invite people into it. When you're doing it locally, it ain't that easy. You have to have entire layouts set up. I can't have like Andres Restart come in and be like, hey, can I just randomly join? Actually, no, because I don't have a layout to put you in. So like, also, it would be really cool if one of these services, whether it's this, StreamYard, whatever, there's a bunch of them out there, would actually add a 4K streaming option. I'm hoping that also happens at some point as well. That would make our decision really easy to switch software. Restream. Telling you right now, 4K streaming's coming. They're starting to add it to Twitch. It's already up on YouTube. Let's go. Let's give it the times. Add a new premium tier. Let's get 4K streaming. I'll pay for it.
I mean,
Premium.
Even if you don't keep it in the background at 4K,
or just find a compromise.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do the 4K use services because it's too much bandwidth, 1440.
No.
Let's cut the difference. Let's give them 2K. You know. That being said, we're gonna move on to our next topic here in a moment. There's just one thing I wanted to feature quick. Let's see here. It came from Star Wars Addict. Did a $5 set. I was pretty harsh on a comment I made on Nintendo Prime Video, but if you have enjoyed the videos, your apologies. Thank you guys for the content. For starters, you're welcome. Thank you for being here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Look, harsh comments get made. We get passionate about these things. And I think sometimes, like even like some people that were upset at me about what I said about Nintendo today and the mistakes they made. What's really hard is when I make a video, there's what I say, but then there's no back and forth. It's just you see what I say. People think I'm screaming, which I'm not. I just talk very loudly.
He does.
If I'm yelling, you'll know because the microphone will peak so hard it'll make your ears bleed. I legitimately do not actually yell in my videos, but I get that it sounds like it, and I do increase the volume in my videos so the quieter parts kind of sound a bit better. But I when we can have a legit back and forth like on the live streams, I think that's when people realize, oh, I kind of understand a little bit more where things were coming from. Really wasn't that bad. Yeah, a lot of your videos have been actually pretty positive about Nintendo. That's why I like the live streams. I like the podcast as well because we get a crew together. We get to all have a conversation together. But I appreciate you being here, Star Wars Addict, and anyone else who's here as well and just enjoying the show. And it's also cool if you just don't like me. What am I going to do? Be mad about it? Like, it's fine. Not everyone's meant to like everyone, you know?
I mean, I'm here. I don't like you. No, I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding.
He's only here waiting. He's hearing about all the sponsorships coming. And
Yeah,
he's like,
right.
All right, when's the podcast sponsor coming so I get that sweet, sweet payday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, Eric, what are we talking about next? We actually, I think, have some super chats for this topic as well.
Yes, we are talking about Nintendo Switch 2 edition games and GameCube coming to NSO. Mainly, what do we want to see from both of these two things going forward? Is basically what we're talking about here.
All right, I'm gonna actually let Attack the Backlog start the conversation because they, fellow content creator, they dropped a little super chat in and they said, "Hey guys, hope you're doing well regarding GameCube games.
Mhm.
They want Beautiful Joe 1 and 2, Killer 7, and Def Jam Vendetta.
Nice.
Love it. Love
you.
Def Jam.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, those are some good suggestions. Are you kidding me right
Mhm.
now?
great.
I almost don't even want to talk. Holy-
Yeah, we could just end the topic there, pretty much. Beautiful Joe 1 and 2, man. What a series that we need to come back. Those games are so freaking good. Killer 7, such a sick game. Man.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see, Eric. What ones
Yeah.
are you thinking?
For Switch 2 editions, I mean, the biggest one that I want to see is Luigi Mansion 3. I mean, that hasn't been announced. So on. Let me go back a little bit. From Nintendo's website, Nintendo Switch 2 edition is a game that is a bundle that includes both the original game and its upgrade pack, which enhances the game to take advantage of capabilities of the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Right now it's only available for select games. I'm sure it's still going to be not all games, but select games
Yep.
going forward.
There's some games that have free updates as well.
Luigi's Mansion 3, I think it's a phenomenal game. I think you can add some, game features to it. Increased visuals are going to be awesome.
Mouse controls.
Mouse
maybe.
controls.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Enhance that up a little bit. So I'm kind of surprised that wasn't on there on the list of games for that. Astral Chain, just because again, visuals in that would be, it's already a pretty stunning game. Thinking upping visuals on that, things like that. So those are kind of two games that I'm kind of, I haven't played Astral Chain, but I've seen it. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
And so
That
I
would
think that
benefit
could
from-
benefit.
I benefit
For
from that
sure.
resolution and frame rate bump for sure.
Yeah. And then let me throw one more out there. New Pokemon Snap. Just because. Get that crispy 4K.
Yeah. It's a
That
pretty game.
game looks really good too. Looks nice. You know what? No, don't just give us that crispy 4K and that 60. Throw a little ray tracing on that bitch.
I mean, mouse mode would work really well for that too. I mean, you can just move your mouse around and that's your looking. I mean,
Sure.
add that feature to it.
Cool. Let's see here. Let's go over to the classic.
Let's see. Well, for Switch 2 edition games, I'm going to start with this. And I know this is wishful thinking, but I would love to see this. I think it would win back a lot of good favor from Nintendo fans. I'd love them to just be like, you know what? Switch 2 edition is a free upgrade if you're an NSO subscriber, the premium, the second tier NSO. Any game that you have, it's a free update for NSO subscribers. But more specifically, the games that I would love to see, where do I even start? Bayonetta 3, rad game, action, high speeds. Let's get that 120 frames per second in Bayonetta with crisp HD visuals. It would be a sick one. I think that would be great. I'd love to see all 3 Xenoblade games. 1, 2, and 3 get that HD upgrade, or the not HD upgrade, the Switch 2 edition upgrade. Beautiful games in their own right, but in handheld mode on the Switch 1, especially, I feel like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 looks pretty dang fuzzy and rough. So I would love to see that cleaned up with the crisp 4K visuals, the HDR colors, all that good stuff. Another one I would absolutely love to see. It's already a stunner on the Switch. It would be even more beautiful on Switch 2 and would incorporate the mouse mode beautifully. That's Pikmin 4. I just think that it just a prime choice. No pun intended. But again, I mean, you could literally go down the list. Obviously, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is already a pretty game on the Switch, but does suffer from some of those frame rate issues. So it's one that I really feel would benefit from that Switch 2.
That also might be a game. Nintendo mentioned this. It kind of flew under the radar. They said there are some games that even without updates will just actually run better on Switch.
Sure.
And I think it's any game with like unlocked frame rates, like a Hyrule Warriors, or like the variable resolutions will just run naturally at the higher resolution. So that could be one of those games where the frame rates are just literally just fixed just by being
Yeah.
on Switch 2. It would be
Yeah.
nice.
But Eric listed some great ones. Astral Chain's a great pick. Beautiful game. Probably one of the prettiest Switch exclusives too. Honestly, I'd like to see those enhancements, like you said, Nate. That kind of like baseline enhancement, just playing those games. Even stuff like Octopath and Triangle Strategy. Seeing those beautiful HD 2D games with the HDR, just like those colors, seeing them pop, would be really cool. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
All right, before Stash goes, I mean, look, Taker 610 just putting it out there. Blue Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
It's on my GameCube list when we go over our GameCube games. But dude, yeah, I'm hyped for it. I know it's coming.
All right, so what do you want for Switch 2 editions, man?
Okay, just to piggyback on what you said, Game Bird, about Pikmin, I want all 4 of them with mouse controls.
Beautiful.
And
Love it.
upscaled, because I think you can do it. You released, all 4 of them are on Switch, so there's no reason we shouldn't. And I think that is going to be the best way to play Pikmin, especially after playing in mouse mode like Metroid, right? Metroid Prime Remastered, beautiful game. Give me some upscale, give me the mouse controls, because again, after playing Metroid Prime 4 with mouse controls, I'm literally playing it. I'm thinking, as I'm playing it, this is why we haven't got Prime 2 and 3. This is the best way to play this. It's the best way to experience it. So I'm envisioning a future where we have all of the Prime games on Switch 2 with mouse controls. So I think that's a really good candidate. Of course, Nintendo has some of these games listed, right? And I got to ask you guys this. When they had the Direct, they announced like 10 games, right, that are going to get upgrades.
Yeah, it was somewhere on that. Yeah.
I just had it up. Dang it.
It's funny, you know what? I just had it up too, and I like to see.
There's the free games. So yeah, for the Switch 2 editions, it's Jamboree, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Pokemon Legends EA that's not out yet, obviously, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Those are the only Switch 2 editions, but then they have the games with the free upgrades as well, which you presume that those won't be Switch 2 editions because they're getting free upgrades. That's ARMS, Captain Toad, Mario Odyssey, Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury, Clubhouse games, which people
I'm wondering what's going to happen there.
Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, Game Builder Garage, U Deluxe, Scarlet Violet, and Big Brain Academy. Obviously, these are games that are free upgrades.
Yeah.
I presume they'll also add for, like, bare minimum. I would say this: every Switch exclusive game published by Nintendo should either be a Switch 2 edition or free upgrades.
Yep.
Eventually.
Okay.
I know it's going to take time, but eventually.
So I want to get those out of the way. Because I'm sure we're all excited about those. We own those games, so we're getting free upgrades. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Again, I expect that to run at 4K 60, because they were close to being able to run it at 60 and they decided not to and just do it at 30. From what I heard, it was like very close, but they couldn't lock in the 60, so they just decided to lock it at 30. So that's like on the cusp of being able to do it on Switch 1. Age of Calamity, no doubt, like you said. Bayonetta again. This is an interesting one. Princess Peach Showtime. Frame rate was not good.
No, it wasn't.
And I just feel like that would just be such an easy win for anyone who owns it. I mean, I would not play it again. But there's people who want to probably play it again and could experience it better. Here's one that's interesting. Now, obviously, this might be dreaming a little bit, but Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Like, come on, man. 4K, widescreen, 60 FPS.
Make it a Switch 2 edition.
Yeah.
Add in Galaxy 2.
Exactly, because like
Absolutely justify the charge, the upcharge.
I can play
agree.
I can play Sunshine upscaled at 60 FPS right now, and I can play Mario 64. Same thing, 60 FPS upscaled. So we should be able to play the best versions on Nintendo, and I've said this a million times. A couple third-party things like Doom Eternal, right? Possibly maybe The Witcher.
The Witcher's one I would love.
Yeah,
Of.
that'd be really nice, wouldn't it? And obviously CDPR is there with Cyberpunk at launch, so maybe GTA trilogy. If you're bringing because it's already obviously on Switch, and if you're going to be bringing over the other GTA games, it would be nice if they ran better on Switch One, right? I would think that would be beneficial to Rockstar to have their trilogy run better, because people would be more likely to want to play the other games, not as if they're not already. But Dying Light, that's one. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'd like to get part 2 on Switch 2. If we could get part 1 to run better, that would be really nice. Near Automata, that would be a good one. I have a lot on this list, but
Sure.
I won't go into all of them. Persona would be nice. Get it running at 60. And then one that recently came out and received a lot of crap, obviously, was Mario and Luigi Brothership. It'd be a really nice one. I mean, it's a first-party title. Get it to 60. Give it a nice resolution boost. Might be able to recover a lot of those sales.
Cool.
I'll leave it there. We're doing GameCube in a little bit, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So for Switch 2 edition games, like a lot of ones that I want have already been said, but there's a few floating out there. One that absolutely needs it, and you could add extra content even. Like, right, if it's Switch 2 edition, chances are there's extra content and extra features, not just resolution and frame rate. Bayonetta 3 needs to happen. It has frame rate issues galore. Resolution, just tanks at times because they're trying to maintain that frame rate. High action game, and they could add new content to help connect it to a future Bayonetta 4. I think that would be an excellent candidate, and one that could really, really benefit from it. And you can argue, they brought one, Bayonetta 1 and 2 over as well. You can argue, do it for those ones as well. But Bayonetta 3 is the Switch exclusive one. So that would be really, really nice to see that one get boosted. One I thought was interesting, and I think this is going to depend on how soon the next one's coming, is Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
There's so many complex menus, like a mouse would make that a breeze. And you can easily throw extra content into Animal Crossing. But I also think that like the reason that one hasn't been given a Switch 2 edition or even a free upgrade is because there's probably a new one coming in the next couple of years. And so they don't want to detract from that. So I do understand that some of these choices they make with Switch 2 editions are going to be things that, like, a new one's not coming for a while. Like, why is there a Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Because it's going to be 3-4 years before we get a new 3D Zelda game. That's just, it's a ways away. So, do that. They're doing, free upgrades for Scarlet and Violet. Well, that's just delivering on a promise Nintendo made about the performance of those games, and they promised to get it fixed. It's fixed, just on Switch 2. They didn't tell us at the time that the fixes were really for Switch 2.
Yeah, right.
So that's just delivering on a promise. But I look at a lot of the Switch 2 editions, like, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a new 3D Kirby for a few years. I think that might be a few years away. We might get some other Kirby stuff because we get lots of Kirby stuff. But I think another 3D one could be timed out for like 2027 or something. So it's like, we could do that right now. We'll add some new content to it. So I try to consider that when I'm thinking about things like Bayonetta 4. I think that could be 2-3 years away as well. So why not do the Bayonetta 3 one? So I'm thinking about that when I'm looking at my Switch 2 editions. And it's one reason why, like, I'm going to say Fire Emblem Engage. I would like to see, one, they stopped selling it physically. I would like to see that game come back. with some new content, because I do think the next Fire Emblem game is going to be coming, and not just like a remake, but like another Three Houses style Fire Emblem game. So I originally was thinking Three Houses, but then I'm like, yeah, but we might never get one like Engage again because it just didn't sell as well. So this would be an opportunity to make that the best it can be, and then add a little bit of extra content, some extra features, and throw it out there as like, hey, you know what? We haven't sold this in a while. It didn't sell very well, but maybe people might pick it up as a Switch 2 edition game. It's running 4K 60. Maybe they have 120 FPS mode, which it totally doesn't need because the kind of game it is. It doesn't. Turn-based strategy doesn't really need 120 FPS, but
I think if you do all of that, it would definitely be more engaging.
yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. Besides that, I think there's we've mostly gone over a lot of the ones that I would consider as I'm sitting here looking at the list. There's some third party offerings I wouldn't mind it with. Right now there's not a single third party Switch 2 edition game announced, or even a third party game with free upgrades. Now it could just be because Nintendo's the only one that made the announcements. If anyone else is doing Switch 2 edition games, Nintendo's not the one to announce that. It'll be them. If there's going to be free upgrades for third party games, that's on them to announce, not Nintendo. So that could be why we haven't heard anything yet. As Witcher 3, I thought would be an excellent candidate because that game can run fantastic on Switch 2 if they made a Switch 2 version. Like we're seeing what's happening with Hogwarts Legacy, it would be even better with Witcher 3. So look, we can't say look what they're doing with Cyberpunk. Like, yeah, Witcher 3 would be amazing. But one that wasn't brought up, and I think it's because the new one's coming soon. But you know what? What if it's not? Dragon Quest 11.
Yeah.
I'd love a Switch 2 edition. Now, 12 might be coming in the next year or two, possibly. But we haven't seen it in forever. So maybe it actually is like in development hell, and it's actually longer away than we think. And if that's the case, yeah, I would love a Switch 2 edition of Dragon Quest 11. I also think a Switch 2 edition of Dragon Quest 11 will go bonkers in Japan.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, it would go insane, and especially if it's got extra content. Like it would go bonkers in Japan. So that's like the major third party one that I think about a lot. Although all the other ones that I think about that, oh man, we really could use better. Look, we're already getting Civ 7, not technically a Switch 2 edition. We're already getting Hogwarts Legacy. Again, not actually Switch 2 editions. They're just re-releasing the games. And that might be what third parties decide to do. Like maybe Witcher 3 is not getting an edition. They'll just re-release the game.
Yeah.
And that could be the route third parties go. And that I understand, because if there is such a stark difference,
they may not have to make changes. The hardware itself might make
they could just
changes.
grab like the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 version and port it over, and it just works. Yeah, they'll probably just want to resell it.
I've been getting asked a lot in the comments about Hogwarts Legacy, and if I think there's going to be like an upgrade path.
Oh yeah, especially since they said they began with the Switch 1 version, and I'm like, you realize you just told everyone that it's just an upgraded Switch 1 version, right?
Well, it's interesting, yeah, because you've read the obviously the article. I've read it too, and they say they began with it, and then they don't elaborate any further. Like, why would you say you began with it unless like you changed it? Like it makes me feel like they began with it and then they decided to do something else, but it's just an incomplete thought. That's obviously in editorials now. I'm like, so what happened? And then what?
I don't get it.
And obviously with WB, I was like, well, they lost a lot of money on Suicide Squad. And again, remember I talked about this months ago, last year, about a director's cut for Hogwarts, and that's how they were going to make back their money. This is the director's cut. So I'm like, I'm thinking WB, I don't know if they're going to pull a pro-consumer move and give a $10 or $20 add-on. Maybe they will. That'd be great since Michaela, since I bought it for her. We have it. It'd be a nice upgrade, right? I would like that. But I don't know. What do you guys think? You think they're going to charge full price for that? Think they're gonna try to make up for Suicide Squad?
Yeah, I'd be more inclined to think that I think it's possible they charge less than full price, but if I had to pick where I'm leaning, I'd lean towards full price, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's WB.
And the Arkham games, Arkham Collection.
Yeah.
It's another one. What are they gonna do there? Those games didn't run very good.
No,
But they could fix all of that. You gonna give us an upgrade, or are you gonna sell a whole new game?
New game. WB, baby.
yeah,
I
it's
know.
WB. Like we kind of know the way they go.
I know. It's too bad.
All right, let's get to the GameCube stuff. Eric, you got anything?
Yeah.
NSO,
Just-
baby.
What we want for GameCube NSO. Since I don't know if we're gonna actually get a Mario baseball game, Mario Superstar Baseball,
Okay.
so we can actually get our Mario baseball game. Skies of Arcadia. That would be, I think, is a fun one. And then one that Nate and I played an absolute boatload of would be Time Splitters and Time Splitters 2.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
You guys know it's coming.
Hmm.
Time Splitters.
Oh yeah.
Like
It's
I'll put money on it. You know it is. You know why, right?
Why?
It's on PlayStation Plus Premium. It got added like 2 months ago. All the Time Splitters games, they got everything worked out with the license.
Nice.
Yeah, I really believe it's coming. So that's a game I want to.
Nice. And then there was a couple of Lord of the Rings games on GameCube that were
So
freaking
good.
amazing. Those were
So
freaking
good.
absolutely amazing. I want those on there too because they were a lot of fun.
Yeah, I still have it on the shelf. So
And
good.
my last one, a non-fucked up version of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
So we're going for the third try.
Right?
Third time's the charm, baby.
Oh, baby. All right.
That's what I got.
I'll throw some out quick. I was just to remind everyone, these are the ones already announced.
Oh yeah.
So just to get the already announced list out. we know at launch it's gonna have Wind Waker, F-Zero, and Soul Calibur. People have already gone hands down with this stuff. That's at launch. And then they've already announced that you can have Super Mario Sunshine, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Gale of Darkness, Pokemon XD, Super Mario Strikers, Chibi Robo, Luigi's Mansion, and Pokemon Coliseum. Those are all already confirmed coming probably before the end of the year. Who knows? They spread these things out sometimes longer than that. So setting those aside, I start getting into things like Rogue Squadron 2.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. The best. Yeah. It's literally the best. Come on.
Upscaled too.
Upscaled. Give me a widescreen option. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
And
then Eternal Darkness.
Yep.
Oh, we're never getting another one. It's a Nintendo owned IP. We know we're never ever getting another one. But bring that thing back, man. I mean, I'd like to see it remade or remastered, to be honest, but they can still do that. Put that thing on NSO. That would make me so happy. There's so many other GameCube games I can get into, but I know you guys are gonna have some bangers. Mm-hmm. So let's go over to Gameberg. Stash always has like a 10-mile list.
You're right.
So there'll be stuff not mentioned on his list. So Gameberg.
Well, I want to double dip on. I wrote down a handful of games. I'm going to double dip on some of the ones you guys mentioned, just because I want to will it out there. Yes. Because there's so many great games we could get. I put Rogue Leader on my list, like you said, Nate. Man, it would look gorgeous, upscaled, widescreen, the best of the two. Eternal D, baby. We want that D so bad on the Nintenbyte podcast. So Eternal Darkness, nothing like it. We need it. Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, an awesome version of one of the best espionage games featuring one of the most iconic video game characters of all time, Solid Snake. Killer 7 was mentioned by ATB. I'm a huge Suda51 fan. This was a really weird out there game, but there's nothing quite like it. Eric, you named my favorite RPG of all time. I've got so much nostalgia for this game. Skies of Arcadia Legends. I've been praying for a sequel to this for since the Dreamcast days. So Skies of Arcadia Legends, we need it. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Now I know there's a remake that's supposed to be coming that's had a really rocky development. We'll see what happens with that, but at the very least, let's get the original on the GameCube version on Switch too. It's a phenomenal game with killer time bending mechanics. One of my favorite games on the GameCube back in the day. Resident Evil, the remake of the original. It holds up today. I want that on the NSO. Please, we need it. Star Fox Adventure. Fantastic game, doesn't get as much love as it deserves. And I have a bonus one on here. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people didn't play this game, but I loved it when I was younger. It's called Battalion Wars. It was a spin-off of Advance Wars. And I was obsessed with it. It played a little bit more like, if you guys are people in the chat maybe never heard of it, played a little bit more like an action-y version of Valkyria Chronicles, where it's kind of like that third-person tactical battlefield. But man, the game had so much charm. It was so fun. So I would love to see that one come back so I could revisit that game from the old days.
Yes. I got a couple more to throw on before I toss it over to Stash. How about the original Ocarina of Time Master Quest, the OG Master Quest?
Yeah.
I love that.
That would be sick. Because that was only ever part of like a little special edition disc when you pre-ordered Wind Waker. Like that would be sick because so many people never got to experience the OG Master Quest. We all know about the 3DS one. Now this one was not like that. It was completely different. So that one would be great to get. Another one I'll throw out there just because Dreamcast hasn't been announced. So if we're not going to get Dreamcast added to NSO, then give me Skies of Arcadia from GameCube. It was originally a Dreamcast game, but I'll take it. I'll take the GameCube version. It's a great version. Love
extra content.
It's the best version.
Content. Yeah.
It's literally like one of my favorite JRPGs ever. Honestly, it's so good.
It's so unique. The ship battles alone were just so, dude. Those boss, dude. That game had like, you'd have like 5 boss fights in a row, and I'd be like sweating by the end of it because I didn't want to start from like 3 previous battles. But
and the last one, and look, Nintendo loves selling accessories. Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Let's go, baby. Bring the bongos back. I need those DK bongos back, baby. Let's go. Anyways.
That'd be sick. Have the bongos split where you could hook a bongo to each side of the dock.
Yeah, and look, they can make it away with like the Joy-Cons where you could just, use motion controls for the bongo. But I'm telling you, people will buy it just to collect it, baby. DK is coming back in a big way. Get the DK bongos back. Oh man, that'd be sick. Anyways, I'll stop there because there's so many good games. GameCube games. There's so many.
That's a good list.
All right, what do you got, Stash?
All right.
Write it down.
It's obviously Wave Race.
Mm-hmm.
You think that we're going to get Kirby's Air Ride, right?
You would think.
You would think.
We're getting riders. It only makes sense that we finally get the original back.
Yeah, no doubt. Beautiful Joe again. I want Beautiful Joe 1 and 2. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. It's a director's cut.
Yep.
So there's Sonic Adventure 1 director's cut and then Sonic Adventure 2 battle. Those should be definitely coming, right? Because it's Sega. Another one from Sega that I really want to see. I think this would be so much fun. And oddly enough, on Dreamcast, there's still a server opened for this game to play online that's being like funded by the community. And that's Phantasy Star Online. So if we could get Phantasy Star Online on GameCube NSO with online play, that would be really badass. Very fun game.
That would be so wild to have an MMO type game on the NSO.
Yeah.
And like for a new community to start through NSO, It would be so wild. I'm here for that.
We love that was my cousin Jim and I. That was our first experience like playing a game like that online. And I don't know for anyone who's played it, anyone in chat also. So whenever you would like trade items or like sell items with another user, you had to drop yours, right? And I'd go pick it up and then they'd drop theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hilarious. Like Jim was playing and I remember someone dropped, their weapons, right? That he was buying. And Jim took them and just bolted out of the portal, out of the online portal. And like we were laughing, I swear to you, so hard. And I'm like, that was my first kind of experience with online play. And I'm like, this is awesome. Like that was hilarious. I know it's bad, like you shouldn't do that, but this is like 1999, 2000, right? 2000. This was very fun. It was all new back then.
Yep.
Mario Golf Toadstool Tour.
Mm.
I really love Mario Golf on GameCube. Truly do. It's very fun. Booted it up not too long ago, maybe a year ago, which is not too long considering. Monkey Ball 1 and 2. Again,
Yeah.
Sega, man. I'm looking for Sega to have a big presence on NSO, which is why the next title, Billy Hatcher. Can we get Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg? Do you guys remember that game?
I don't.
Oh, dude.
I don't.
Breaking news.
What?
I don't want to hear that people like me don't make a difference. I'm not saying Nintendo did it because of me. During the show, they removed charging from the Nintendo Today app.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
What if they did?
Literally, they removed it. Oh, that is so awesome. By the way, Nintendo, thank you for fixing it.
Yeah. Nintendo's watching Nintenbyte confirmed.
There you go. We made it happen, folks. We made it happen. I'll have to talk about that tomorrow. And I'm going to screenshot this now so in case the story goes away. Because that's awesome. I'm actually happy Nintendo made the correction. But still, it's been up all days.
Yeah.
Anyways. Sorry.
All right.
Too late.
I got a few more. Now, you guys have said some of these, like Resident Evil, the original remake, because that game is so badass and would look nice, upscaled. Fire Emblem. Twilight Princess, obviously.
Oh, please give me that GameCube.
We didn't say that, yeah. Mario Baseball. Like, if you're not going to give us a new baseball game,
Right.
give us that.
Yep.
That'd be fun. Do you think we can maybe get 1080?
Ooh, yeah.
Just get all
I could see that.
All the extreme sports back.
I love 1080.
Yeah, me too. Now
You're making me think of like all the games that I could have listed that I just didn't come to my mind in the moment.
I forgot this was on
SSX
GameCube.
Tricky.
What?
Beyond Good and Evil.
Yeah, we just got the remake.
We just got a remaster.
And I have it physically.
I don't care. Put it on NSO.
Yeah. Like if you're going to get Prince of Persia, I mean, Ubisoft they can throw that on there too. Why not? That'd be cool. Okay, here's one by Sega that I really love and that I've told you guys about. I have it on my shelf right now. That's Beach Spikers. It's like Virtua Tennis, but sand volleyball. It's legit so much fun. And just the idea of like playing that online and playing like 2-on-2 volleyball would be seriously so much fun, especially if it ran well. Let's see. Crazy Taxi. Love me some Crazy Taxi. Yep. Geist. Developed by N-Space.
Geist would be cool.
Yep. Guys, you didn't say this one. This would be fun. Four Swords Adventures.
It's on my list and I forgot to read it.
I figured
it's
it was
literally
probably
it's right after Prince of Persia: Sands of Time on my list, and I forgot to say it.
So fun.
What if you could use your Switch ones on it?
Sorry,
as in like the GBA connection.
Dude, it would be kind of sick too if like they bring it back and we just like for one episode of the show for like an hour, we just rock FSA.
Oh yeah,
Man,
that'd be so much fun.
That'd be sick.
if Switch 2, if that C button, there's a lot of speculation about what the C button was, and some people thought, oh, it's a cast button, it's going to cast to the TV. If that were the case, if there was a way to stream and have things going on 4 separate Switch devices, it would be the perfect, the cream of the crop for sort of Ventures experience.
I love the 1080.
I know, I love that.
It's a great comment. And then Taker 610, I wanted to mention about the Panasonic branded GameCube. Those in Japan. That was the DVD, that DVD GameCube.
Yeah,
it was like the mirrored.
That was a real thing. It did exist. Very few survived.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Very highly. Yeah, eBay for $890 doesn't even sound like a bad price. To be honest, if it's a working one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it works, that's not a bad price at all.
Very few working ones out there.
Lost Kingdoms 1 and 2 by From Software.
Yes.
That seems like a title we could totally get. Honestly, both of those.
They're literally working directly with From Software. Let's go.
Yeah. Wario World. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How did I forget the Wario World?
Yeah. That'd be a great one. BMX Triple X.
There it is. Someone said in the chat too. I'm like, hell yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And then Casper Spirit Dimensions. I'm just kidding. I just picked a random shovelware game. I think that's honestly a kind of realistic list outside of the last two I said. There's other games, right? Like Simpsons Hit and Run.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That'd be great, but
did you say
license stuff is tough.
Just for the culture, RE4 again?
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. I mean, that's where it all.
That's where the game began,
man.
The game
it's
began.
Part of that Capcom 5.
Yeah.
The 5 exclusives from Capcom.
And
none of them stayed exclusive, and then we never got that game. Do you remember the game that we never got? It was like Phoenix something, and it looked like it could have been Kid Icarus.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like that was the rumor back during the GameCube era that like this might be a Kid Icarus that Nintendo has Capcom working on, because they had been somewhat fresh off the Oracle games.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, maybe now they're working on Kid Icarus. Oh man, I wish we would know the truth on that one.
Yeah.
Do you think we ever will find that out? It's been like 20 years.
Did you know gaming? Do some digging, baby.
I would like to know.
What's that final Capcom 5 game that we never got?
Yeah, I would truly like to know about that.
You know what? I got one last game. This is a game that never came out. This is a game that never finished development. But you know what? A bird can dream. That's StarCraft Ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I'd like to get StarCraft 64 on NSO.
I mean, look.
For real, we played that a lot.
We can't say like a game that never got finished and didn't come out can't come, because after all, we got Star Fox 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's true.
That was so special.
That is true.
So like, there is a possibility that like, hey, if we have the code laying around and it's practically done, just clean that shit up and get it out.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Be sweet.
There's a lot of good games, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of realistic things that we could get on GameCube. Because again, I think Sega will be there, right? Sega Genesis is on the NSO. We've all kind of predicted that we might get Dreamcast eventually. I think after playing at the Switch 2 experience, my mind went like right to, okay, when are we going to get Wii on NSO with the mouse controls?
Mm-hmm.
Because this would be awesome. So I wonder about that. I put more stock in that now that I've used the mouse in Wii possibly coming to NSO eventually. But I really want Dreamcast. But guys, let's be realistic for one second. Dreamcast, we really want it. But a lot of the gems from Dreamcast were brought to GameCube. We mentioned a few of them. Skies of Arcadia, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Crazy Taxi. Does it, you know what I mean? Is it going to make sense? Because a lot of the other games that would be really hard to get are, with other developers or developers that have went under.
Yeah. I mean, Yeah.
I don't know who owns the IPs rights at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause, like here's the thing: there's Nintendo probably with the third parties pays some licensing fees to get those games on NSO for X amount of years or something. So like a lot of people that just own the IP, if Nintendo's like, hey, we'll do the emulation porting, you know, we just here's a licensing fee. Most companies would be willing to do that.
Yeah.
If Nintendo,
I think
emulation.
I think that Dreamcast has enough hidden gems and fantastic games that never made it anywhere else. You know, after it ended, that would find a wonderful home on NSO.
Yeah, Dreamcast needs to get added.
Man,
and
I want it.
It could happen because after all, they get Genesis, so that could be a future. Like I think they announced GameCube. I think Dreamcast is like that natural next ad down the line. You know, in a year or two, make that announcement. Hey, now we're adding Dreamcast, and then and it'd be probably even timed. Maybe around the time they're releasing some of the sequels to those greatest Dreamcast games.
Yeah.
Give us Sonic Adventure 3.
Yeah.
For real. I don't know why they won't do it.
All right. People joking around about the YouTuber added to NSO. All right. Let's move on. So Game Turd. I mean Game Bird Classic. What are we talking about?
It's my turn. Let's see. The bird. So we're gonna be shifting gears over to Mario Kart World, baby, because we got a friggin' direct tomorrow. Roughly 15 to 20 minutes, right? 15 to 18 minutes.
Roughly 15 minutes.
Give or take.
Yeah.
And listen, we know it's a big game. We've seen tons of gameplay, but there's more to show. Things are going to be revealed tomorrow that we haven't seen yet or we didn't know about yet. So this is a great opportunity for us to kind of go around the room and give our predictions, what we think is going to happen tomorrow, what we expect to happen tomorrow. And hell, let's mix it up. Let's say also what we want to happen tomorrow, because you want to know what I want? I want to know what you want.
Ooh.
So let's take it away, Eric.
Ooh, God,
Yeah.
This is
Take another breath for the audience.
yeah, right.
Just so they know you're ready. Yeah.
Man, it's
You need water to clear your throat.
no. Honestly, if there's any, I'm wondering if there's any more like hidden, like kind of like the knockout. What the hell word am I looking for?
Knockout tour.
Knockout tour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like different. God, what the hell word am I
Battle
looking
mode?
for? Yeah, just different modes. Thank you.
Just say it, dude.
Is there another freaking mode that's hidden that they haven't shown us? Things like that. That's kind of what I'm interested in. Man, yeah, my brain is just not functioning today. I'm done. So sorry.
All right. Well,
It's been a struggle.
Stash, you're
all
up, man.
day for me.
Okay.
you had one job, Eric. You
I
blew
know
it.
I know. I suck.
He's
at
like, I
this.
made it through the topic I ran.
Yep.
I am
No,
checked out.
God, my freaking brain today. Small tangent here. I created a freaking Teams meeting. It was supposed to be on Thursday. I created it for Friday. And then I didn't even set a fucking time. I created it for full Friday. So I had to go back and change the time. And then I realized, oh shit, it's Friday. So I had to change the date. That shit like that was happening to me all fucking day. So my brain has just not woken up today, apparently. So my words are not here.
What might
Shut
help?
up.
Future sponsor of the channel, Magic Mind.
Yeah.
Damn!
Helps get my day going.
Yeah.
It actually does help a little bit. But anyway,
What is it?
Magic Mind. It is this little. Oh, dude. Oh, I must have put it back upstairs in the fridge. They're like these little morning like shots you take. I mean, it's not alcohol, guys. Calm down. But it's got like mushrooms and all this other stuff in it that actually just helps your brain activity get going for the day. And it works. I
Sounds nice.
actually thought it was bullshit, but it actually, I'm a lot more alert on days that I take it. So
You started
Interesting.
solving impossible, like you have a
Yeah,
whiteboard and chalkboard with mathematics all over it.
I'm solving impossible equations.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
And
look
Eric,
into that.
could we please arrange an episode of Nintenbyte where it's just you with the sock puppet the whole show?
Absolutely.
Oh fuck
Yeah.
yeah!
Oh yeah.
We gotta
Yeah.
make that happen.
Eric
We gotta
will
have a
just
special
set up
episode.
cot here. He'll just be like taking a nap and just randomly pop up.
We got to get Stash with his
Yeah.
cowboy hat and zapper.
Zapper.
Yes.
And I got to wear the salmon
anyways.
shirt for the people. It's in high demand on my
Right.
channel.
We've got a salmon crowd here.
Yeah, I saw
but
that.
yeah,
I saw that in the comments, man.
Yeah, it's like a highly requested clothing item. I'm like, what? Why is this so? I don't know their obsession with that damn salmon shirt.
I don't either, but I like the comment.
I do as well. But anyways, Stash Man, predictions for tomorrow, Mario Kart World. What are you feeling? What are you thinking? And what are you wanting?
So N64 Josh hit me up on I think Saturday. So, a few days ago, and asked if I could be on his podcast. And I was like, yeah, I got a very, very busy weekend. Getting the house prepped for Easter, hosting family on Sunday. It's a lot of stuff to do, right? But I said I could do Monday. I could do Monday if you're down with that. And he was. So I did his regular podcast, and then he asked if I wanted to do his Mario Kart podcast also, a different day. I said, let's just do it right now, man. We're here. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. So we did. And so I talked about a lot of this stuff. And the next day, I saw a lot of videos talking about exactly what I talked about. And I'm not saying anyone watched it. That's not what I'm implying. But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of us are on the same wavelength, which is good.
Yeah.
It's like if we're putting it out there. And it's interesting because I know it's been talked about a little bit, but obviously the world theory, right? You look at the font, you look at the colors of world and how it's very similar to Super Mario World. We look at things that we've talked about on this podcast. I've also talked about on Josh's, going back as far as, probably half a year, maybe even a year ago, just about the idea of Nintendo branching out with this evergreen Mario Kart and making it be the driver for all the other IP, right? Whereas you basically get free in-game advertising for your game that's coming out. For example, right? A Metroid's coming out, so we're going to put a Metroid Cup in Mario Kart. Or we have a new Star Fox coming out. We put that in Mario Kart. Whatever the IP is, a couple of months before the game comes out, you have planned content for that game in Mario Kart, especially with it being a pack-in title. Think about how many people are going to own this game. It's free advertising. You don't need to run commercials at this point. You do other things, you run other ads on social media and whatnot, but that is a great way to help further the other IP, obviously make more money and add more content to the game, which in turn will get more people to buy Mario Kart. More people buy it, the more people see the other cups and they say, oh, this looks like a really cool world I'd like to go visit. Where can I buy these Metroid games, or where can I buy these Fire Emblem games? So I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think Nintendo is going to do that. I really do. I think there's more than one world. I think what we've seen, what I saw, what I played is one world. I think there's other worlds in the game that you will go to. Now, how we're going to do that, I've had a couple ideas, but honestly, I'm just going to let Nintendo tell us. But I think that's the route we're going. Now, as far as what we're going to hear about tomorrow, I do think we could hear about that. I don't expect them to detail out how many worlds are going to be in the game, but God, maybe they will. Who knows? And it seems like all roads, right, lead to Rainbow Road eventually. But I think there's going to be other worlds that you go to because from what we've gathered, right, there's 32 courses, tracks. So you think about it. How many tracks were in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? 96.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I could totally see there being multiple worlds. This is not just 32. There's other worlds we're going to go to. Now, here's a question. How far do they go with it as far as like the Nintendo World aspect and getting all of these Nintendo characters added to the roster and their carts and their vehicles? How far do they go with it? Like, do we go Smash Brothers far? Where we open it up to third parties and get your world in our game? Or
Probably.
maybe there's a third party literally world and you have one track from a Sonic game, you got a track from Final Fantasy. Like, I think there's a lot of options there. And in my opinion, especially with you making it a pack-in, the third-party developers are going to gain massively from this because of the exposure. Because everyone's going to have this game. Like, it's a very good scheme to make money and to just to get your IP out there. But at the same time, I think everybody wins. Like, as a consumer, I would love that, wouldn't you guys?
Absolutely.
Dude, that'd be badass, right? Like, so cool. Totally down for that. And it worked with Smash. So now do you try it with Mario Kart? So I think that's my main thing. And I won't go into any other theories, but I do think we see a battle mode tomorrow. I think we have to. And my thing I'm holding out hope for is a story mode. I think there's going to be collectibles.
Nice.
I know there's collectibles, man. I know there's achievements in the game. I saw it. So I would like details on that. And I'm hoping it's about 18 minutes. They said 15 minutes-ish. Then Nate tweeted out, probably 15 to 18. It's like, that's true. When they say around or about, it's usually a few minutes more. I don't know why they do that, right? But maybe something with expectations, right?
Totally.
And when it goes over 15 minutes, it gets people excited. Oh, we're getting more. We're getting more than what they said.
It's
You know what I
so
mean?
true. I
Yeah.
always get excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, like there's one more thing and we're already past the time they said.
Yeah, it's like going to the movies and like the post-credit stuff. It's like, oh, there's more? There's more? Oh, wait a second. So I think those are all realistic things, man. So
Sure.
I'm hoping it works out. What do you guys think? Do you think we can get Nintendo stuff?
I mean, yeah. Or Nate, do you want to jump into your predictions first?
Because
and then I'll go.
One of the things I was going to say is I do buy into the not so much the idea of like worlds, but the idea of Mario Kart World. There's that theory out there that the globe in the thing it shows 3 different continents.
Yeah.
And we've only seen one in the game. So there could be 2 more continents, bare minimum. Obviously, you could argue there could be a 4th on the backside of the globe. Who really knows? So that doesn't count the fact there'd be infinite islands they could put it in as well. I buy that there is the logo means something about there being 3 continents and we've only seen 1, and it doesn't mean that they're all going to be the shocker tomorrow. Could be DLC related as well.
Mhm.
It could also be like themed to Nintendo stuff is kind of where I lean towards, because they brought some Nintendo stuff a little bit in from other franchises into Mario Kart 8, but they never went all the way with any particular franchise. So I kind of think that what they may be doing is this one that we're seeing, and this is why we see it first, this is Mario Kart World. This is the Mario world. Everything's Mario. There's nothing else going on. It's all Mario. And then another continent is a Zelda world.
Yeah.
And there's 28, 30 tracks, whatever. It's all based around the Legend of Zelda. All bunch of Zelda characters get added. Even the item boxes there start to get customized more to Zelda items instead of being traditional Mario Kart items.
Treasure chest.
Yep. They can have stuff like that. Not just, rupees replace coins. Sure, that'll probably still be a thing. but I feel like they could go really unique with that, with each continent having a unique feel, even though you're still doing, the same knockout stuff, the same Grand Prix stuff, but it feels so unique and different. And then I don't even know what the third one would be. Obviously, I always throw Zelda because I love Zelda. They did Animal Crossing crossover before. Maybe it's that because that's also one of their best-selling franchises. It's all about what they want to push for that third one. Also, they could just all 3 be Mario worlds as well. Like that's entirely possible. And that they just stick with Mario and they just go even deeper into Mario lore, which there's a lot of Mario lore and a lot of characters and a lot more things they could do. But it does kind of feel like, I don't want to say like a full-on Nintendo Kart because I don't feel like they're going to go that far. But I feel like 2 key franchises, if those continents or things, could be brought over into the experience, making it feel like a world of Nintendo, which will just they have Mario lore. Yeah, there's a lot they could go into, but I do feel like that could be a place that they go, and I feel like all they would need to do is just tease it tomorrow, and people would go fucking nuts. Just tease it.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
I
Just one prediction to go on top of that. Do you think there's something going on with single player that we don't know?
Yeah.
Campaign,
100%.
story mode, something's going on with single player that there's no way that it says, oh, you could just free roam the world. There's something. I just don't know what it is.
So roughly, I want to say like around a year and a half ago, I made a video on my channel titled something like "What's Next for Mario Kart," and I basically laid out like 5 things that I think we could see or that I would like to see in the next game in the series for Switch 2. 2 of those things were already confirmed. The first one being that I was saying I'd like to see this be a launch game for Switch 2, and that I think there's a very strong case for it being a launch title. Knowing what an impact Switch made, how huge it would be to try and how do you compete with your best-selling console of all time? You launch with your best-selling game of all time, new version. That was the first thing that came true. The second prediction that I made in my video that came true was knockout mode. I didn't call it knockout mode in my video, but I described it as a battle royale race with 25 racers. Every lap, the last 5 racers get eliminated until you get to a winner. That's basically knockout mode. Take away 1 racer, and it's
you basically predicted that, and that mode is the shit. It's so much fun.
And so, 2 other predictions I put in that video, I'm going to predict for tomorrow because I've already got 2 out of 5, so I might as well keep going, baby.
Hell yeah.
And that's story mode. I think Mario Kart would greatly benefit from a story mode, and it's one of those things where it's like people said 8 Deluxe was so big, so expansive. It really was like 2 entire Mario Kart games in one. Where do you go from there? Well, new modes, add a story mode, give a wild reason for why all these iconic Mario characters are racing. Even put in boss races and stuff. They could do so much cool stuff to make it weird and zany. And if they are going to bring in other Nintendo characters, the story mode is a great reason to explain why these universes are colliding as well.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And I want to bring up something because I would have left this out had you not said the part about boss. When I was on Josh's podcast, we were talking about the boss fights. And specifically, like the Donkey Kong level, right? Or the Donkey Kong track. That track is the first level of Donkey Kong. I hope everyone sees that. I don't know if the young kids do because they may not have played it, right? But it's obvious that that's the level 1.
Yeah.
There's a giant, mech Donkey Kong. It's awfully reminiscent of a boss, right? And then there's that footage of, I don't know if it was footage or if it was promotional art, I forget. It's such a blur. But of some like giant enemy in the water. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
In Mario Kart World. It literally
like
looks like you're
launches
fighting
up.
a boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been asking for story mode.
Yeah.
Everyone's been asking for it for a long time. Not, for long enough that they could have literally went to the storyboard at the beginning of development and said, we need to have a story mode. It's been that long that they know we want this. It's not like people got, chirpy about it three or 4 years ago. This was like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. We've been asking for this. So why not? They've had the longest time to do it. I was in my I say it a million times. I was in my 20s when the game came out, the last Mario Kart. I'm going to be 40 when this one comes out.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
Yeah. I think now's the time. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I've got two predictions that come true. I might be the Mario Kart prophet. I'm saying story mode will be there tomorrow. We'll find out. This one was not in that video because I feel like it's just a given. So this is like the safe bet prediction. Battle mode. I think we all expect there to be a battle mode there. It's a staple of the series. I don't imagine them getting rid of that. The last thing in my video that I predicted that I would love to see in this game, and I hope we get it, is it's kind of a two-parter. It's more interactive courses. And what I mean by that is when I think of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Hyrule course where there's like the switch and the switch pulls up the ramp and like, you're able to like trigger, there's almost like puzzle mechanics in that
I would like
racetrack.
that a lot.
I would love to see mechanics like that where someone triggers a switch that alters the track or opens up a secret passage, just more interactive tracks. And that's kind of what I was predicting for this next game in my video a year and a half ago. But I wanted to add to it because now that we know it's an open world game, the second part of interactive tracks would be secrets and unlockables. My biggest gripe with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is they give you every racer right out of the gate. I love, and maybe I'm a relic of the past. I love secrets and unlockables.
You might be.
Yeah,
but I love it too.
Yeah, I love knowing that, like, oh, if I find this secret cave, like I could discover this, which unlocks this. Like that stuff is so awesome to me. I miss it so much. I was stoked when I found out that Smash Ultimate's roster was like eight to start with, and then and people were like, "Oh, this sucks. I wish you just got everyone from the start." I'm like, no, that's like the part of the excitement is that's the
journey,
unlockables
man.
and the secrets. Yeah. So. But yeah, secrets and unlockables paired with more interactive tracks where you can alter or change or I don't know, just creative ways that Nintendo would come up with interacting.
I saw someone throw out an idea about like a radio in your cart. We can like change the music and stuff.
That'd be sick,
especially like when you're in the open world. When you're in the open world, that'd be interesting. You just be able to change it to whatever you want. But that kind of like goes hand in hand a little bit with the unlockables, right? Like you think about Smash Brothers and how you can unlock all these music tracks and all these different things. You'd be like, that would be really cool. I would really like that. I'm fond of the music.
Even if they took a play out of the book of Smash Brothers where they do like a new challenger approaches, some mysterious racer shows up and you've got to beat him in a race to unlock him.
Yeah.
Sick.
Just like with Smash, Joey Pitts said you could have the radio tied to your NSO music app. It's pretty smart, actually.
I'd like that.
I would like.
It reminds me of Final Fantasy 15, is it? Where you get the radio and you get in your car and you can play all the classic Final Fantasy tunes.
Yeah.
I'd love that. I want to add one last thing. I don't know that we'll see this tomorrow. I think it's very unlikely. This is more of a wishful thinking. Obviously, Nintendo did a really awesome thing with 8 Deluxe by bringing in other Nintendo characters. We got Link, we got the Inklings, we got Isabelle. We got some really cool stuff in there.
F-Zero, Excitebike.
That's the issue. No Captain Falcon. For the love of God. What a crime that we didn't get Captain Falcon. It would be so awesome to see him make an appearance in this
Dude.
game.
100.
To get Nate, you're talking about adding different worlds and kingdoms to this and expanding it. Imagine getting like a Mute City kingdom, and Captain Falcon is the new challenger that approaches, and you unlock him. Oh my!
Yeah, and you got to beat him
baby
in order to get it.
Yep.
I think that would be really cool because that's the thing is like Nintendo went like halfway, in my opinion, with the whole Nintendo Kart thing, in that you got to add the characters too, like Captain Falcon. Come on, man, that would have been perfect to have him in the game with his vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my
predictions.
What if Link could use Epona? Dude, that'd be hilarious,
Dude,
right?
that would be sick. Just galloping. Oh my gosh, doing the rail grinding with Epona.
Yeah, that would be so cool. That would be fun, man. Like, what if that was like some crazy unlockable in the game?
Yeah.
See, I want unlockables like that that are like
Yeah.
really fun, cool secrets. That'd be cool.
Dude,
All right.
Age of unlockables. Bring it back.
Well, we'll keep it brief because again, we're hours away from this direct happening. In fact, when this stream ends, it'll kick you over to our direct stream tomorrow. That said, we still have one more topic. The headliner, who isn't here, but his replacement, Thunderstash Gaming. What are we talking about?
Well, we're going to talk about Cyberpunk. Do you have the footage?
Which one do we want? Which one are we looking at?
Do you have Dave's? If you don't, you can pull up mine.
I can pull up yours, sure.
Okay.
Me. Awesome. While you pull it up, I got to go to Tinky Town real quick. I'll be
fair enough.
Right back.
Tinky.
Is that a new world on Mario Kart?
You'll find out in a few hours, my friend.
Playing some tiddlywinks over there.
Oh, so I'll kind of just set the stage.
Whoa. That's the right video.
Yeah, I'd say that's the background noise for sure.
That's the right video. I was like, okay, I think I picked the right one, but I'm not sure. All right, let's see if I can get this.
Yeah, so I'll kind of set the stage for you guys. Yesterday, Dave had a live stream, and I don't want to say I'd never, but it's not often that I've caught Dave on a live stream. I watch his videos. I have for years, long before I even started YouTube, which is funny. But I saw he was going to have a live stream. He was going to be talking about like Cyberpunk. And of course, since I played it and I'm very interested in getting this game on Switch too, especially after playing it. But he was going to go and he had Cyberpunk on his PC and he was going to change around the graphics settings to kind of just get an idea of like where the Switch 2 is at. You know, like, hey, I'm going to run it in low settings. Okay, let's try medium settings. This is Cyberpunk settings with everything maxed out because he has, super graphics card, right? So he was able to run it at max settings, everything, ray tracing, path tracing, everything on. That's how it looks like in its best possible form. And then so we're getting a visual of that and then kind of looking at, okay, now let's go to where we think the Switch 2 one is. And, I was in chat, right? So I was able to talk with Dave while he was doing it and kind of explain, out of all of these options you're showing, which one I think looks right. And it's kind of like going to the eye doctor, right?
Yeah.
They keep turning the thing like, which one looks right? Which one looks best? Except it's really like, hey, which one was the Cyberpunk you saw at the Switch 2 experience? And after we had did that, for me, I thought it was pretty encouraging. I think everyone in Dave's chat thought it was encouraging too. Because when he went to low settings, it wasn't that. Like it looked way sharper than that. So then he went to medium settings, and Dave kind of messed around with the options where he turned off ray tracing and path tracing, and then had it on medium. I was like, it was still sharper than that, actually. So then I think we went to like a high setting, but with no ray tracing. And we're thinking that Cyberpunk, now this is all in comp to PC, okay?
Mhm.
But we're thinking that Cyberpunk is somewhere around medium to high PC setting on Switch 2, but with some things that we're not quite sure how they're doing it kind of things, which is good, right? Like you guys see here in my footage, one thing that I've prefaced as much as I can, right, is that we recorded the footage in 4K 60 with HDR on. And again, I have the latest, I have the iPhone 16 Pro Max. But it is hard for you guys to see how good it is because of YouTube compression. And just like when Dave was running his live stream, he's dealing with the compression we all are whenever you try to like see footage. That's why it's like you have to see this kind of thing in person. But a big part is like you guys see all the neon colors and it probably looks pretty good to you, right? But I got to tell you, like in person, those neon colors just explode off the screen. And that could be said for like everything there.
Yeah.
Kirby.
Yeah, nothing's gonna look as good recorded off screen.
Never.
It's never gonna do it justice. I don't know if you guys have ever done this before. There's been a couple times. I think I did it back on the PS4 when Ghost of Tsushima came out, and like I did like a screenshot of it, and or like a little video to show my friend how beautiful the game looked, and like being just very disappointed in how my picture or video was coming out because I'm like, this isn't what I'm seeing. So the fact that it looks this good on the off screen is, I can only imagine how much better it looked in person.
Yeah. So it's interesting. It's all interesting because I've had a lot of comments on all the videos and I'm replying to all of them. The comments are really good too. They're very well thought out. They're good questions. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to all of them, but I can give you I can give a lot of people just like a layman's answer in that here's the thing. Metroid Prime 4, right? It says right on the topper, where it says Cyberpunk up there. It said 1080p, 120 frames per second. So my Metroid Prime 4 footage and the gameplay I have is 1080p 120. That's what I was playing the game in. Now, obviously, I'm recording in 60. So even if you could see it, can you really see it, right? And then there's obviously the diminishing returns going from 60 to 120. Like you really have to be playing it to feel that difference. Mm-hmm. And again, I think a lot of our eyes, I don't know, our brains are not trained to really distinguish yet that jump from 60 to 120. Like how many games have you guys played at 120 frames and how often? And that goes for like the general gaming public. Not very many, right?
I mean, a lot, but I game on PC. I play even higher than that.
Yeah. I don't want a ton. Like I think I've told you guys I played like Star Wars Dark Forces remaster. Mm-hmm. Yep. That was at 120 frames. That was really cool. But I could switch it back to 60. It's not like it's just not wasn't a huge difference to me.
60 is totally fine.
It's it's great.
60.
It's not going to be a night and day difference for your average gamer.
Yeah, and Cyberpunk on here, we know it's 30 with a 40 FPS performance mode.
Yeah,
and I know Digital Foundry, they finally went hands on, and they said things like, or they showed it on screen, like they at one point were in a gunfight with like 20 guys, and the frame rate tanked pretty hard. But one thing I'm happy they noted, and this is thank you Eurogamer for getting this clarification. They interviewed someone for the Cyberpunk stuff, and they wanted to clarify, and they understand how this got out there because all their reps and everyone's telling the story different.
Yeah.
the build of this game wasn't made in 7 weeks. It is 7 weeks old. So they finalized this build for this. And the reason they wanted people to know that is because they knew about frame rate issues. They knew that like people would point out, oh man, this feels a little rough at times with the frame rate. It's like, yeah, but you need to understand this is almost a 2-month-old build we built for this demo. This is not indicative necessarily of where the game's at right now. And again, there's no DLSS in this demo. That could be one way they're gonna smooth out the frame rates of that potentially. And stuff like that. So
yeah, I want to add too, because obviously there's that looming comparison with the PS4. What I'm watching now looks better than what I saw at launch with this game that had years and years of development when it launched on PS4.
Let's just be honest. PS4 at launch of the game was like an N64 game.
Yeah, we went back to the PS1 days on this release.
Yeah, this looks great. Like this looks great because again, like YouTube compression, I'm recording off screen. I'm using a drone right now that I took control of that's what I'm firing right now. So I'm not firing a gun. Like, so if it looks slow, it's because I'm shooting from a drone. There's my gun now. But overall, again, just based on that, the PC comparison that Dave did, it looks like it's running like a medium to high setting. And as you mentioned, Nate, as far as like the 7-week build, I did hear all of that story. It got clarified that, yeah, it's just, this is from 7 weeks ago, but they've been working on it for a year. So I'm curious. I feel like they wouldn't have mentioned that unless they know it's going to improve, right?
Yeah, I feel like there's probably been significant performance improvements.
Like that's the last thing they're doing.
But they don't have a demo build of that. They had to get something ready for this.
Which is encouraging to me. Because what I played, I would buy. But I think the final product we're going to get is going to be better than what I played. That's win-win.
Sure. Absolutely. And guys, this is a game like if they're porting over from the PC version, it's already built for DLSS. So like that would be one of the last things that they would implement in. And again, this assumes that DLSS is used. DLSS has been talked about publicly now by Nintendo and Nvidia as a feature for the system. So it's definitely going to be used in some games. I fully believe it's being used in Donkey Kong Bonanza. I didn't see it in person, can't prove it, but I saw some things in it that looked similar to what I've seen DLSS do on my PC with some games. Things that don't really bother me because I've gotten used to it, but things that enable it to look so crisp and so nice all the time. Look, the big power debates out there have obviously been like, kind of spurned by Digital Foundry, continuously saying this is like a PlayStation 4 in your hand, which to remind people, before we knew what the system was, the PlayStation 4 in your hand is a pretty nice thing. PS4 games look really good. Mm-hmm. There's some really, really good looking PS4 games. In fact, so good looking that some game developers are wondering what the hell we're doing with PS5 because the games don't demonstrably look like they've advanced beyond PS4 outside of obviously higher resolution and not even frame rate sometimes haven't even. There's some games that run kind of rough on PS5 at times. That being said, this isn't me to like, this has nothing to do with like trashing on Sony. No console warring here, man. This is just there's enough comparisons out there that we can kind of use our own eyes to know that like, okay, if this is just a PS4 with modern features, then how come so many of the games without DLSS just look better and more comparable to PlayStation 5? Now, not directly like it's better than PS5, but like significantly, like noticeably better than PS4. So I think it's interesting. One thing we can touch upon, because I can explain this, is the screen technology. A lot of people disappointed they went with LCD, even though we have the 120, the VRR, the HDR. Nintendo actually addressed this. I'm actually kind of surprised how many people did not read that interview. There's a huge interview on this. We could probably towards the end of the footage here anyways. So there's a massive interview that these hardware people did. The 3 people that were in the direct, and in that interview, they said some really interesting things. I'll load up the article here and share it, so everyone can see it. See what we're looking at here. So it's this article. It's over on IGN just because it cuts out this part of the interview, so I don't have to dig through the whole thing. But it's about the screen. And so we have Tetsuya Sasaki, general manager of the technology development division, and the senior director, technology development department at Nintendo, said the company does not take the decision lightly. So there's a lot of advancements that have been made with LCD technology during development. We took a look at the technology that was available to us, and after a lot of consideration, we decided to stick to LCD. Okay, so that doesn't tell us a whole lot. It's this next comment, though, that does. So Sasaki then made the point that Switch 2 supports HDR, which the OLED Switch did not. Even with the OLED version of Nintendo Switch, we didn't have compatibility support for HDR, and that's something we have support for now. And they leave it at that. And the interesting thing, because they didn't dive deeper than that, because Nintendo usually doesn't dive too deep into the tech. The interesting part with that is people don't know this, because your nice giant OLED TVs can have some big, beautiful HDR. Monitors and smaller screens that are OLED, the HDR sucks. It's bad. And a huge reason is they're having a hard time keeping up with screen brightness, because HDR is useless without, basically, there's 2 things that can make HDR really good. If you have like a mini LED, so you have the local dimming zones, and then screen brightness. And we've seen several comparisons of this screen now to the OLED screen, both at max brightness. It is significantly brighter than Switch OLED. And that's what's making the HDR look so damn good. Whether or not it's edge lit or local dimming zones, I don't know. I haven't gone hands-on. I have no idea. I know the game over screens on the Zelda games look like it might be edge lit. Then again, the game over screen on my, I actually purposely today grabbed my Zelda OLED. You guys can do this yourself if you have one. You see this screen there? How that doesn't look black? That's exactly what the game over screen looks like in Zelda on here, which tells me the game over screen is not actually black in Zelda. So it's not probably a good way to check the edge lighting. I think if you have a Zelda game, when you get a Switch 2 for yourself, if you want to check, if we don't already know, someone's going to tear it down and we'll just factually know. But if the teardown hasn't happened day one, go to the depths. It's actually black in the depths. Like obviously, maybe you have to start a new save file because maybe you've lit up, maybe you got all the light stuff, you've lit it all up. But if you don't, if you've done that, just start a new game file, go to the depths. That's where you get your true blacks. You can obviously do this with any other game that has true blacks as well. And just see. Because I'm very curious if it is edgelit or if it is local dimming zones and mini LED. I know Digital Foundry is leaning towards edgelit IPS, but they also noted, but man, those colors popped.
They said that?
Yeah, they said that. Like they said, like it's really like shockingly really good looking, which it would be shocking because HDR is not very good on edgelit IPS.
Yeah.
Right. Something's going on. I gotta tell you, like with this HDR, again, I've had HDR on my TVs for years and I've played it on, the consoles. I've never seen HDR used in this fashion, right? Like never. When you guys see it, you'll see what I'm saying. But seeing it in person is different. It looks like the colors are popping off the screen. It's like, whoa, this is awesome.
Yeah, Digital Foundry, the screen is just quite nice. And I get why they think it's edgelit because of the game over screen. But I'm telling you, turn on your Switch OLED. It ain't a pure black game over screen for some reason.
Yeah.
So,
I've seen videos from people they would consider themselves big screen nerds. Like that's like something that's really important to them, from their TVs to their monitors that they use for their PC gaming. And a lot of them said that they were pretty nervous about the downgrade, but once they got to see it and have it in hand, kind of like Stash saying, just being blown away and those fears just kind of being alleviated and be like, this is not like your Switch 1 OG LCD screen. This is a stunning screen.
Yeah, and after hearing what a lot of people have said about it, and even Digital Foundry, they go hands on. They're like, actually, this is really nice.
Yeah.
It makes me
A lot of people.
think that like I'm not so sure that there's a Switch OLED screen upgrade in the future, unless OLED tech figures out how to fix screen brightness on smaller screens. Yes, OLED with HDR is absolutely amazing. And there was some reports that some of the TVs at the event were OLED and HDR, which is fantastic. Those TVs, they figured out HDR with OLED screens on the big TVs. It's about the brightness. They have the brightness level to properly do HDR. But I'm telling you guys, if you have an OLED monitor or an OLED, it does not do HDR as good as an OLED TV does. It just doesn't. It's been a problem. The smaller the screen gets, the harder they're having a time getting that screen brightness up on OLED. So, so like it's very interesting if that gets worked out in the next few years, for them to go back to the OLED tech, because I think HDR is clearly something Nintendo's pushing, and they think it's a big deal. And I don't think you can upgrade to an OLED screen that doesn't have HDR, because people might not feel like it's an upgrade without HDR, even if it has the variable refresh rate, the G Sync, and everything. It's like, okay, but you don't have the HDR. Yeah, you might have those deeper blacks, but then things might look a little washed out, because we saw people holding up the max brightness Tears of the Kingdom on their OLED next to Tears of the Kingdom in handheld, and oh my god, the colors look so much more vivid on the Switch too, because your colors, you might have better color accuracy with the OLED, but it's just not very bright, so the colors don't pop.
Yep. And technology is changing so fast. Like certain things that weren't as good before are so much better today. And I think a great example of this is in the TV space. Obviously, we have a lot of like really big premium TVs for 4K viewing, OLEDs. We've got the Sonys that are like $3,000-$4,000, and the Samsungs that are really high tier TVs for your premium viewing. And guess what? There's companies that are budget companies like Hisense and TCL that are TCL and Hisense that are making mini LED TVs with HDR that are stunning. And yeah, there might be like it's becoming harder and harder for the consumer to actually discern the low end entry level companies like Hisense and TLC between the Cadillac Rolls-Royce TV, and the price range is massive. So this is just a good example of like, Digital Foundry's experience, Stash's experience with the screen. Yeah, it's LCD, but the technology is not the same as before. It's got HDR now. Nintendo in that interview mentioned the technology has greatly changed and greatly improved. So, we're getting something that's going to look just as beautiful, or, the most minuscule difference at the fraction of the cost. And that's a huge, huge win.
Yeah. And I seen a couple of people in the live chat watching the show be like, well, hey, Prime, what's the kind of nits you want for good HDR? Usually the standard out there is you want at least 1,000. Some people will get some noticeable at less than that, like 700, 800. You can notice the HDR effect, but the Switch OLED screen is nowhere near 1,000 nits. it's actually pretty low, and that's the problem OLEDs have. The smaller they get, because if you ever look into what OLED technology actually is, it can be understandable why it's harder to get that brightness at the lower end. You will see some of that brightness. A lot of phones use OLED screens now and have really good brightness, but the ones that do, they're expensive. They're the flagships. They're the expensive phones that have that, because you can get it, but it's quite expensive panel that wouldn't make sense when you're trying to keep a system affordable. You want to run the Rolls Royce of systems, absolutely. There's going to be third party OLED HDR 1,000+ nit panels out there that people could put on their Switch 2. It's going to exist. If people want to modify their Switch 2s and put it, those panels will exist. It's just it ain't going to be in a system that they're trying to make affordable. It doesn't make sense unless they were trying to make it $1,000 system to go for that absolute best OLED screen for that size, which you will get in a flagship phone. So, but yeah, 1,000 nits is usually the sweet spot for when HDR really matters, then everything over that just makes it better. So I might say there's not a limit to it. Yeah, obviously you get to a certain point where the brightness kills your eyes, but you're nowhere near that at 1,000 nits, and HDR, you want at least 1,000 usually or better. So, and that obviously, I didn't see anyone bring a brightness tester with him there to test what the brightness is of the Switch 2 screen, but just holding it at max brightness against the OLED, seeing that very, very stark difference. It's like someone turned the lights on in the room. Like it's such a massive difference in brightness, which isn't surprising because that has been one of the complaints about Switch OLED. I don't know how many of you guys have ever tried to take this to the park and play outside. It's really hard to see. It's really hard to see in sunlight. And that's because like you'll take out your phone. Oh yeah, I can read this just fine with the sun. You take out this and you barely see. It's because it's not bright enough. It's not bright enough. The sun's overpowering the brightness of the screen, so you can't really see it. So that's been one of the complaints of Switch OLED. Now most people play indoors or they're traveling, so I understand that like it's not a common situation, and not everyone's dealing with direct sunlight all the time. But yeah, that's not. By the way, I'm not trying to diss the OLED screen. The other screen options on Switch suck. To be honest, they use some pretty shit tier LCDs on Switch 1. They're not using a shit tier one this time. That's the takeaway. Like they actually said, no, we care. And they care when they say 120 VRR, HDR. Oh, and by the way, G-Sync. So no screen tearing.
Yep.
Oh shit. Like that's them taking serious. Yeah, some of this stuff sounds very standard in a lot of screens today. Yeah, because it's become standard.
Yeah.
Because
it's the premium
cheap enough. Yeah. So Nintendo probably made the exact right choice because to go with OLED, they could have done it, but it would have. I mean, guys, do you want another $100, $200 chucked onto the price just for that high end OLED?
Yeah,
it is a problem. They've had a problem making the budget OLED screens on the monitors and smaller devices actually have enough brightness for HDR, and it's very obvious that they specifically brought up HDR. Was very clearly a target for Nintendo. Hey, we want HDR on Switch 2. It's something our devs are talking about. It's something our third parties are talking about. Everyone wants good HDR in our system. So we got to make the best choice for that and also to keep it reasonably affordable. Yep. So this isn't like a PlayStation, guys. That's going to depend on your TV. Whatever you bought for your TV will determine how good your HDR experience is. Mm-hmm. But they have to worry about that locally on the actual thing you're holding. And the screen... I mean, we could talk about it all day. Like, we talked about comparisons to Steam Deck earlier. Like, this is better than any Steam Deck has.
Yeah. Switch 2 literally blows Steam Deck out of the water. Yeah. Not to mention it's going to have some of the best exclusives in the industry. You don't have to troubleshoot the console when you boot it up. You don't have to optimize, each video game. Granted, some people really like that, and I think the Steam Deck is a fantastic device, so I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like, I don't really understand the comparison that Steam Deck's better, other than like you love the Steam library and you mostly play Steam games.
Steam library, cross compatibility with PC, obviously having a much larger overall library because it can play, PC games, like infinite library basically.
Sure.
I understand game pricing, the cheap Steam sales, dude. I get it. I'm not knocking PC gaming. I fucking love PC. I just talked about earlier. I mentioned I've seen over 120 FPS for a hell of a long time, man. I've been gaming at 240 hertz on my monitors. Like I get it. But it's also a situation where I understand that that's not the console gamer experience, and 120 is quite new to console gamers. There's not even a lot of games that support it on PlayStation. Let alone, I mean, some games are still struggling to hit 60 on PlayStation. So the fact that Nintendo has a 120 FPS game out the gate, basically not out the gate because it's not at launch, but we know Metroid does 120. There's rumors and reports that maybe Mario Kart does it. Although then when people are clarifying with Nintendo, they keep just saying 4K 60 or 60. Okay. They just keep saying 60 officially, but there's still that report out there. I think it was Vandal or The Verge or something that was like, yeah, well, they told us that there is a 120 mode. They claim to have played it or something, but I have no idea. Beats the hell out of me. I don't know if they got into an options menu to turn it on. I personally am kind of skeptical of the 120 in Mario Kart just because of the sheer number of racers on screen and everything else. I think it's, and they said, well, all the split screens are 60. Okay. So it would only be a single player thing if there is a 120, maybe in the open world sections if you play by yourself. Maybe I'm not buying the 120 with Mario Kart, but I am buying that there's going to be more games like Metroid that might go 120 with a 120 mode that maybe turns the graphics down a bit or the resolution. I could absolutely see Call of Duty coming to the platform and doing like a locked 1080p 120 FPS mode, which would be sick.
That would be. I could see that.
I mean, I'm curious if Fortnite does it. Fortnite's their day one. You can play at higher frames on other platforms, and did they put in a 120? I mean, I'm already excited for Fortnite, especially because of fucking mouse mode. Sometimes I have issues with Fortnite, like crashing on my PC. It doesn't really crash on my Switch, so if it's not crashing on Switch 2, I might start just playing most of my Fortnite matches on Switch 2. Be sick. So we'll see. Obviously, the general gist of it, the problem, guys, is this whole power debate. We were supposed to have Super Metal Dave 64 on, who is much more technically inclined. Now, he hasn't gone hands-on with the platform, so all of his impressions are based on like all the comparison footage out there, and his experience with high end, because he does the highest of high end. And yet, despite that, he's excited for Switch 2 because a lot of his Switch games, I know that he was playing in other methods, and he doesn't seem like he's feeling like he needs to do that with Switch 2. And the exciting part, I would say, guys, is the handheld, the gaming PC handheld standard is Steam Deck, and so far it looks like this thing pretty handedly outperforms Steam Deck. Now, is it going to be as powerful as the most powerful handheld PCs out there? No, of course not.
But it also doesn't cost $1,000.
Yeah, they're charging a lot more money for those. It would be like, of course, yeah, you're not going to compete with the best of the most expensive stuff. But for its price range and what it has to offer, and the fact that Nintendo is making games for it, so it's going to have a massive exclusive library. Like, I've seen people talk about the launch lineup, like, oh, the launch lineup is so bad. It's filled with like Switch 1 games. Oh, sure, yeah, there's some Switch 1 experience games. Did we just forget that it's launching with Mario Kart World, an exclusive? We forget that it's launching with the Tour game. That's an exclusive. They forget all the third-party games that are coming to it day one that weren't ever on Switch 1. How many launch games from Nintendo did people expect? Like day one, how many do you think Nintendo was ever gonna? When have they ever overloaded day one and put like 17 exclusives day one? That's dumb. They would gobble each other up. You don't do that. So like, oh well, most of them are Switch 2 experience games. It's like, yeah, they offered upgrades for Switch 1 games, but that's not the sellers. The sellers Mario Kart. That's your launch exclusive. A month later, you have Donkey Kong Bonanza. Nintendo does this big exclusive thing like every month. Nobody else does that. What was the big seller at the launch of PlayStation? What was the game they were pushing? The remaster. And Miles Morales. Miles Morales was on PS4. Sure, the Dark Souls game, that remaster was only on PS5. It's not even an exclusive game. You can play that elsewhere. You just don't play the remastered version. You can't play Mario Kart World anywhere else. That's the seller. Donkey Kong Bonanza the next month. That's the next big seller. Dragon Drive. We don't know the date for that. That's going to come out sometime. We obviously have the Metroid and Legends EA coming at some point. I know those are also on Switch 1, so you want to argue those aren't system sellers for Switch 2 because they're on Switch 1. Fine. I think there's a lot of people that are going to buy those games on Switch 2, but Nintendo's also, when they're launching this, is in June. When does Nintendo usually do directs? In June, in the second half of June. seems like a great time to finalize their launch lineup the rest of the way. There's a lot of people who think there's a hidden game for holiday. What's their big holiday game?
Yep.
Bonanza's coming July. So what's the
I'm
big
in that park.
exclusive?
You know, I'm glad you brought this up. Right. So obviously Pokemon ZA, but it's also coming to Switch 1. So does that really take the Switch 2 big holiday slot? I don't think so. It's great to have. I'm buying it.
I think it's going to be in November.
Most of us are.
I think there's going to be an October game that's a Switch 2 exclusive.
Like a Switch 2 exclusive. Yeah. Because if you think about the big games, right, that are coming out in the second half, 2 of them are coming to both consoles, Metroid and Pokemon. So, and then you look at some of the other games like Kirby with the Starcross World DLC, Switch 2 edition. Like, that's not a new game. There's more room in that calendar. I really believe there is for at least one more, possibly more than that, but at least one more big title. This is your first holiday on the market. Like, you got to swing for the fences here.
Yeah.
Because not everything in life and in sales and retail is guaranteed.
Well, and you got
a tough economy. You got to knock out of the park.
The fact that Donkey Kong Bonanza is July, it's like, okay, some people are viewing that as the system seller. And it's like, okay, well, then they have something bigger than Mario Kart and bigger than Bonanza coming this holiday. Something.
I think so. So is it, though? Is it what we've always speculated? Is it the 3D Mario? It doesn't, 3D Mario doesn't need to come out like same time as the movie. That
both are going to do well
ago.
regardless. Yeah, both will do well.
You want it to have a long runway to the movie, like leading up. So have it out for the holidays. Take advantage of that. First year on the market, take advantage of that. Then you have that runway to the movie. Another huge sales bump. You could literally have the first year sales bump, the 40th anniversary sales bump, the first holiday sales bump, and then the movie. Like, oh my God, could you imagine that? Yeah. It's like hitting 4 turbo boosts in a row, but it's sales.
It's keeping the momentum instead of just a dump of Mario at once.
And if 3D Mario is 2026, like early 2026, fine. That's fine. It can be a post-holiday, really nice. Like, they don't announce it till September. It's coming out in April or May or whatever, and it's a really nice big game to start. Or even it's March next year. Like, they seem to always like to have a big game in March lately in the Switch era. Then it could be anything. Guys, we're in a new gen. Every major IP is back on the table. All those once per generation IPs, they're back. They could all possibly be it.
Are they keeping it open for a third party, guys?
There could be a big exclusive.
What if it's GTA 6?
Yeah.
What if it is
timed exclusive?
I mean, it would come to all of them, not an exclusive. I would never predict that. Okay,
there's no way.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like,
I just got the cash in the bank.
Our eyes to the possibility of third party. What?
Okay, so like, people are starting to think, oh, Wilds isn't going to come over, right? Because it hasn't been announced yet. Yeah. What if it's a timed console exclusive Monster Hunter like Rise?
That would be, God, that'd be huge. That would be massive. And I think we need it.
Massive, but
because I don't think, look, again, I don't own Wilds, but I played in both of the betas, and it chugged, man. Like, it chugged a bit on my PS5. I'm just like, eek. Like, I don't know about this coming to Switch too. If it's chugging on PS5, I don't know how it could realistically. Do I want it there? Yes. But after I saw that, the first thing I thought of was, okay, we're getting our own version then of Monster Hunter, which is totally cool. Right? We're getting our own version of it. No big deal. That's great. Everybody wins. If you own a PS5, you got a Monster Hunter there. If you own a Switch 2, different one there. So it could be that.
Is there
there's
a
Microsoft
reason,
too?
Is there a reason why Is there a reason why a new 3D Mario wouldn't be likely for this holiday, other than the movie comes out next year?
I think
Because it's go ahead.
I think that's people like, all right. So from what I've gathered based on just videos I've seen or podcasts I've listened to or just Twitter, social media, a lot of people are pointing to exactly what you just said. Everyone thinks it's going to be tied to the movie. And I get that logic, I do, but it's really important to have that runway. I it's like, guys, this isn't like back in the day where you have a movie come out and you have a video game tie-in that you have to release at the same time.
I'm just trying to think of a time that, like, in Switch's life cycle, when Nintendo ever followed like some sort of rule like that. Like, we have to time it like that. Yeah, like I can't even think of one example where, like, oh, this is coming out, so we have to time it with this.
To be fair, they're kind of new to the movie thing.
Sure, fair enough. I'm just saying, like,
1993.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's I mean, guys, this is the same company that shadow dropped the Switch 2 reveal. Like, they just dropped a trailer in the morning with no announcement of it. So I'm just saying, like it just doesn't sound like a very I understand like the logic behind it. It just doesn't sound like a Super Nintendo thing. And maybe, we've got Furukawa now. This is his first like system that he's solely like leading forward. So maybe those rules will apply now. I can't really think of a reason personally, other than I guess the movie, that it wouldn't come out today. I know some people think, well, we're already getting that big 3D platformer, but again, that point is moot. We're already getting Mario Kart, but Kirby Air Riders comes out this year and was a huge announcement.
Like, if you look at, so we know the first 2 months, right? Mario Kart World the first month, then we have Donkey Kong in July. So we know Kirby Air Riders, Metroid Prime 4, and ZA are coming out this year. They're all listed as 2025. So that gives you another 3 months. Nintendo likes to have a game per month. That leaves 2 months that technically wouldn't have a game yet. Now it is possible Age of Imprisonment is December. They did say that's a winter game. That could be December, but winter goes like December, January, February. So
does it do it for you guys as a big holiday title though?
Well, if it is December, that's not the big holiday title. No.
Unless it's Smash. That's the only time December works.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are certain games that are irrelevant to what day they come out. Like if a 3D Zelda launches in December, yeah, it's selling. Mario, it's selling. But like, an Age of Imprisonment kind of confused. They said winter, so okay, maybe that's one. Okay, so then if we say that is the December game, that leaves 1 month without a major release, and it's either a major third-party exclusive or another major game from Nintendo. And Nintendo's teams have been awfully quiet towards the end of Nintendo's Switch's system. And that's why a lot of people are like, if you look at the calendar, I don't think people are thinking Dragon Drive's the one they're dropping that month. They're thinking there must be one more big game. Nintendo's waiting till after Switch 2 comes out to reveal it. That Summer Direct. And that's going to be another jaw-dropping moment. And 3D Mario is like the most obvious choice because for the longest time we thought it might be a launch title, but they're going Mario Kart. Okay, Mario Kart is an excellent launch title. That is totally fine. Mario Kart's never launched a system before, but almost every time Mario Kart comes out, systems sell like crazy. Wii U is like the exception. I don't know if anything was going to save Wii U. Not at that
people
point.
didn't know. To be fair, no one knew that was an actual console.
Yeah, and the new Super Mario Brothers was not new anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of people in chat are saying Luigi's Mansion 4.
Luigi's Mansion 4 could be a good candidate. It's a great October style game for the Halloween season.
Yeah.
Dude, we can't deny the sales of Luigi's Mansion 3, man.
Here's the thing. If Nintendo, and like, there's a theme going on with Nintendo since Switch 1, and that's they've started to take their core series and start to reinvent the wheel a bit. They've done it with Zelda now. They've done it with Fire Emblem. They're doing it with Donkey Kong now. And so there's a huge opportunity for Nintendo to take lesser known or smaller IP and give them this full makeover, this brand. Like the holiday game could be a brand new Kid Icarus title that's unlike anything we'd ever imagine or expect from Kid Icarus, and make it like a AAA experience. Prime, make your piece.
So along those vibes, look, Nintendo, you want to live dangerously? You drop that brand new IP from Monolith Soft.
Absolutely.
Because one, it'll show the power of your system. It'll look impressive as fuck. And you have other games that will sell well around it, like Metroid. You have Legends EA. And if you show, I absolutely think we have to see 3D Mario before the end of this year. If it's not this year, I still think we have to see it no later than the 40th anniversary. But you drop that game, and I know, like, I love Monolith Soft, and I realize their games tend not to sell very well. But get away from that Xenoblade stuff. Get away. If you're doing something special that blows people's minds early in the gen, that's your opportunity to finally get a Monolith Soft game to blow up. It's got to be something special, and it's got to be different than what they usually make. So it's an action adventure, medieval style game. But it's like a more realistic art style, not like Legend of Zelda. I don't know what I only know that because they had the medieval art piece. We don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Monolith has grown in popularity. I think them having the opportunity to show their strengths on the Switch too, the big, expansive, gorgeous worlds with beautiful world design, incredible storytelling, all those elements, fascinating characters, whatever they produce, whether it's a new Xenoblade or whether it's that new IP that a lot of people have been speculating about, I do think it's going to be a bigger deal on Switch 2 than their previous games were on the Switch. But at the same time, like I was saying before you mentioned Monolith, I really think that them continuing to reinvent these series that we've grown up with, that we know and love, make them bigger and better, inject new ideas into them. Star Fox is another one. Obviously, we didn't get that. I put that on my bingo card, but it's a series that I strongly believe in my gut that is going to make a very special return on Switch 2. I don't think we're getting a Star Fox 64 remake. I think whatever we get from Star Fox is a new idea, whether it's an expansion on adventure or whether they take it somewhere else we've never seen before. I think it's happening. Find me in the streets.
I'm so excited for Switch 2, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just reminded myself that we have an exclusive From Software game coming.
Yeah.
I don't get PvE, dude. Do you not trust From Software? That's all they make is bangers, and I can't believe they're making an exclusive game. And I am so fucking hyped. What is happening? I'm already gonna be playing a From Software game at launch because that's gonna be the GameCube card game when we get the test. I'll get Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I want to add one last thing. I'll tell you one thing about Star Fox in Switch 2. We're gonna get a Star Fox on Switch 2 that blows the most hyped sci-fi game this gen out of the water. And I'm pretty sure you guys know what game I'm talking about, Starfield. I promise the audience, whatever Star Fox does next is going to blow Starfield out of the water. Mark my words.
You know what I want to see? I think this would be a really good way to utilize the IP. Hades 2. It's a console exclusive for a limited time.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, put in Kid Icarus. That would be a perfect fit to put Pit in Hades 2.
That would be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it?
You know, that's
Oh,
the thing.
man.
And you can start thinking about stuff like that since there's a console exclusivity time period here where it's like, okay, well, if there's a console exclusivity time period, then maybe that's a chance to get a little crossover action.
Exactly.
I got one better. like what they did with Dead Cells and Castlevania. Do that. Do like that Hades Kid Icarus blend right
Got
there.
the system seller this holiday. 3-month exclusivity on Silk Song, baby.
And I want Flight Simulator with Pilot Wings content.
There we go. There we go.
Absolutely.
Just make it happen. Mike, come on. Get the crossovers going. But no, seriously. Obviously, we veered off from the main topic, which is totally fine because we're reminiscing and dreaming of pipe dreams that we would like to see happen. But look, guys, obviously the power talk wasn't going to go the way we wanted when our guest dropped out. So if you just want generalities and you just want our final opinions on where we think things are, only one of us has played it. My outside observations are this is most definitely better than a PlayStation 4, which, by the way, it's so hard to compare these kind of architectures. But remember, this is a tablet. Okay. It's not a PS5. It's not running 220 watts. It's running like 10 to 15 watts in handheld, like 40 watts in dot, right? We're not, this isn't comparable in that way. But I would say that we're looking somewhere between a PlayStation 4 Pro and an Xbox Series S, somewhere in there, but with more modern tech than either one of them. And because of that, there are some things it can do to punch above its weight that will make things look sometimes better than Series S. And all the exclusives are going to be badass. The only, you know what bothered me? One thing, Stash, did you notice when playing Donkey Kong Bonanza? I've been noticing some weird things, like when the camera angle turns and like the edge of the screen does like this weird, like the camera's like cutting the world or something weird.
Yeah. I saw it. I experienced it.
Did it like bother you during gameplay, or was it just kind of like a minor annoyance?
No, it didn't bother me at all. I mean, obviously, from what I've gathered, people who have watched it, they've called it out, and it has bothered them. But when you're playing it, it didn't bother me at all. And I'm also, dude, I was trying to break the game in as many ways as possible. So that's probably also why.
For the world.
Well, yeah, I did twice when I was playing it. I found an area that I was not allowed to be in, and then it transported me out of there because I was just trying to see if I can get any sort of content that maybe nobody else is able to get because I found something I'm not supposed to. Because again, just like you do, it's really fun to try and break games and do things you're not supposed to do. Like I love doing that, even in real life.
I love doing the demos.
Yeah, I love it, dude. But I was literally digging into the core of the game. But oddly enough, I found a golden banana down there. That's when I was like, what? Who would think to do this? You know what I mean?
It was a pretty great moment in your footage.
Yeah, like this makes no sense. I'm literally just trying to like break the game, but there's a secret down there, which got me thinking like, oh my God. You think about all the secrets in all the Donkey Kong Country games, like they really reward the explorer. And I am the explorer. I love exploring games. And I love overstaying my welcome in certain sections because you will find stuff and then you get rewarded. But I'm like, dude, this is on a whole different scale because it's almost like 4D in a way. The fact that I can go on the like the crust of the world and then dig into it from the outside, I was just like, oh my God, like I could spend hours and hours doing this, and I will. I can't wait to. It was pretty mind-blowing, I gotta say. I hope everyone loves it as much as I did.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get to our Q&As. We have a ton of super chat stuff to get into here. I don't think we hit the streak. I think we're a little short. 135.54 for those wondering how far away from forcing a beer down my gullet you guys are. Let's go ahead and get to this stuff here. Taker610 said, did the lack of Takahashi and Koizumi at the Switch 2 Direct seem weird to you guys? It definitely felt like a changing of guard at Nintendo. So I expected Koizumi, and we didn't. And That's because they went with the lead architects of the Switch 2, of which Koizumi was one of the lead architects of the Switch 1. So it definitely means that like positions have changed at Nintendo. People are in different positions than they were at the beginning of the Switch 1 era. I mean, heck, one of the guys that's one of the key hardware architects was a huge thing with what is it? Oh man, I can't think of it now. With one of the Zelda games, he was one of the lead designers on one of the Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, or maybe both. And he's a lead architect now of hardware, which is crazy. So, the funny thing is, I saw someone mention it. I can't remember if it was in a video or something that like, oh, you know, it was Shuhei. We didn't bring him up to that. That could have been a whole topic. The crap that he said about Nintendo. But he said like, you know, they have hardware people out there at the beginning, like a certain other company. I mean, you mean like Sony? Yeah. Or you could just say like Nintendo, because Koizumi was a hardware guy presenting Switch. He was literally the hardware guy presenting Switch. He just maybe is on to a different position now. And now these are the hardware guys. It's a team of people. So it did feel weird, but it only felt weird because we didn't know that positions have moved around. So I definitely think it was probably the right way to go with a system that is, you know, more iterative. And so where the tech is some of the big difference, like go with the tech guys who made that happen. I think it made sense. What did you guys think?
Just a new era.
Yeah.
It's a new era.
It's a
There
new
you go.
world
New
order.
faces.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Nailed it.
Oh my god, I think I have to drink it. God damn it. But not
They
this.
nail it.
Yeah, pretty sure the streak was hit, guys. Let's see. Whoa. I take, but we're going streaky. Yes. Anyways, I'll get that beer taken care of. Someone else could take this next question, not that one. This one. Oh, this isn't a question. This is a statement. Bring back Earthbound or Kiddy Kong. Diddy Kong. Yeah, that'd be great.
Hell yeah.
It's just a fun statement. Here we go. We'll let one of you guys take this question. I'll read it while I do the beer thing. So do you all think that Nintendo will ever put DK64 or Diddy Kong Racing on NSO?
Man, I hope so.
Yes. Diddy Kong Racing, I think, has to come. The game's a beautiful gem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 100%. I expect it. We got to remember when that graphic was put on screen for the rare N64 games,
Mhm.
there's spots missing. You can see the outline of the games. You can't see like the box, but you see there's an outline of N64 game. And if you count all of them, if I recall, it adds up to the amount of rare games we got on N64. They're all coming.
Mm.
It's just a matter of when.
Mhm.
Because, you know, the thing is that it's not like they have to release it before Switch 2 comes out, right? Because NSO carries over now. So that's kind of the tough part, is that they can really spread it out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of when Nintendo wants to strategically release something. And as we all know, they can sit on stuff for a very, very long time.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. This comes from Joey Pitts. Says, will DK be the only Kong in Mario Kart World? I'd like to know. And maybe that's what one of the continents is. What if it's a Kong world?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that would be so sick.
I expect Diddy to be in the game.
Sure.
I'll be another Kong. Yeah, I'd like to see them all, but yeah, I would like to see a Donkey Kong world.
Mhm.
And that was one thing I was wondering too. Like, out of all those tracks, guys, let me ask you this. I've watched like a couple of videos when I'm doing something else where they go over like all the tracks. And I'm just not like paying full attention because I do love surprises as well. But I do want a little bit of the action because I just can't stop thinking about it after playing it. And I'm curious if any of the 32 tracks that have been identified were Donkey Kong tracks, because if they're not, then I'd feel really confident about there being a Donkey Kong continent. If there's a Donkey Kong track in those 32, then I'm less confident, obviously. But
Yeah.
I think the odds would be really good if there's not, right?
Yeah.
Because there's so many DK tracks throughout the history.
Yeah.
So there you go. Let's see here. Why no cloud save data for Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Switch 2? I think it's because of the item, the item transfer feature. It's one of the reasons another game, I can't remember which game it was, is it Animal Crossing or something, like item duplication glitches and stuff. It's one of the reasons that it doesn't have cloud save backups. And now that we have item swapping and trading in the Zelda games for the Switch 2 editions, I think that's probably the reason. The one that I'm actually confused about is like Mario Party. Also doesn't have it, even though it does on Switch 1. And I don't know what the hell is going on there with the Switch 2 edition that we can't have a cloud save back. I don't know what the hell's going on, but
Interesting.
That is weird.
they didn't give us multiple save files to get in Zelda. I know. Well, I saw someone be like, oh, only 2. I'm like, well, motherfucker, we had 1. So like I'll take it with 1 more slot. Thank you. But yeah, they used to do 3. It'd be nice if we can get back to 3 in Zelda for the next one, but
It would be.
RTX Sox 32 says, what does the texture of the Switch 2 feel like? Stash.
It feels like more, I guess you could say, grippy. That's a way to explain it. It felt much more secure in my hands than my Switch OLED or the OG Switch. Felt very premium. It just felt better overall, though. Like it felt more ergonomic, much more. So I don't know if that probably sort of answers your question. Probably not the best adjectives, but it felt good. Let me just say it felt really good.
And then I'll just throw out there, because we did talk about this briefly. It's not, he didn't super chat this in, but that Pro controller, how did it feel? We've been hearing some interesting things about the feel in the hand of that controller.
Oh yeah, it felt great. It felt so good. It felt just super, super premium. And again, it just felt more grippy in the way that like it felt almost like it was made out of something that I haven't felt before.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I'm hearing. Like it just, like people hold it and like they've never held a controller that felt whatever that material is. Like they've just never felt it before with any other controller.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I believe Tucker said last time on the show it felt like holding a baby.
Yeah.
Something of that nature.
He must have held a lot of babies in his life. I have no idea. I mean, they're like smooth as a baby's bottom. That is a thing. It is soft, but it's like that's the interesting part is like so many takeaways that like when people think about it, yeah, man, that controller, what they did, it just doesn't feel like any other grip on a controller.
Yeah, it feels different than any other controller I've held. And obviously I play all of the consoles and I have all of my old consoles. I still have everything.
Watch what it actually feels like. So like an old N64 Mad Cats, and we just forgot what it felt like.
Yeah, or Pelican. It felt really good though. I really love my Pro controller. Bought it day one, always use it. Again, when people come over, that's the controller they'll get now. I'm never not going to use the Pro controller too. I'll use the Joy-Cons now though.
Sure.
Because it's just way more comfortable.
I mean, that's the big thing is actually they're comfortable and usable now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Demond Roller says, do you think all the Switch 1 games that haven't come out yet, but are still coming, even indie games, will work on Switch 2 as well with no problems?
Yeah, I think so.
Any future ones, I think they'd be dumb not to consider Switch 2 compatibility.
Yeah.
I think I'm not saying Switch 2 versions, but like being able to work. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine a single game that hasn't come out yet for Switch 1 that's yet to come that wouldn't work. That doesn't make any sense. You want as many people on your new platform as possible, and you want to sell the old games too. So you want people playing the old games on your new platform.
Yeah, like you have an indie game coming out that's only a Switch 1 game, but forward compatible with Switch 2. Yeah, you want Switch 2 gamers to feel confident in buying your game. Like just adds to your consumer base.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, if I'm a developer and I have a game coming out and I have a Switch 2 development kit, I would be optimizing it as well for Switch 2. Double dip into that install base.
Oh yeah. Jorge has a question that's similar to one we had earlier. Says, what do you guys think of Nintendo's new leads for Switch 2? The Kawamoto, director Dota, and technical director Sasaki. I guess I didn't give any general thoughts on them. In the direct, they were kind of very normal. If that makes sense for Nintendo. Like it felt very Nintendo-y, the way that they were in the direct, and it was pointed out to me later that like, oh, they actually had the colors of the Switch on the sides. I thought that was like, okay, that's a very Nintendo thing to do.
Super Nintendo, yeah.
No, but it was actually the interview, and how open they were in talking about all the design elements of Switch 2. I like that because Nintendo never did that with Switch. So I really like that. Like Nintendo they feel more modern. Like these three together feels like a more modern approach. And some people don't like that. They want the Iwata era back. But I hate to tell you, the man passed away, and so did his era. It is what it is. It's sad, and I miss things about it too. But we can't just force that to come back. Like that was him. So we have to realize that that's not the Nintendo we have now. It's Furukawa's Nintendo now. And this is what Furukawa wanted forward present is more modernization of how they're presenting hardware and talking hardware. I think for the most part, I'm happy with these three and what they said and what they did. I don't blame them for the miscommunications out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Read the one over the $10 games just work or $80 games work. What are your thoughts on the Mario Kart World Direct tomorrow being only 15 minutes long? As long as it's all new content, you can pack a lot in there.
Oh yeah.
You just make every second count.
Yeah, I think make every second count, show new stuff. I think that's the big thing. 15 minutes is a lot if everything you're seeing is new. That's a lot of time. Now, if they demonstrate a full race like they did in the treehouse, that's kind of using up what would be exciting or valuable time. But I think it's plenty of time.
I think it's all targeted announcements.
Yeah, I think it's so too because they just did big treehouse segment on it. They did a big direct featuring a bunch of it. I don't think any of that is really going to be repeated here. I think this is very targeted new announcements for 15 minutes. Because after all, they knew the reaction to $80 probably wasn't going to be fantastic. So here's our answer to that. And whatever the hell they have in here, they hope makes people shut up. You know? Will it make people shut up? No. No matter what they announce, it will not make people shut up. But it sure would be nice to see some more ammo for the people justifying it. We'll see what happens. Demonic Brawler. Speaking of games that haven't come out yet, Silk Song coming to Switch 2 eventually. It's announced. It was in the direct.
Yeah.
This year?
Eventually.
They said 2025.
Yeah. They did.
In the direct. Of course, last time they said a thing was within a year. And that was, was that 2-3 years ago at this point?
Yeah, something like that.
I expect that, like for the indie stuff, obviously Hades 2, Hollow Knight, and Mina the Hollower. Which for
I've
me,
been waiting for that game.
Dude, those are 3 100% instant buys.
Absolutely.
Pre-ordering.
I'm so hyped for Mina.
playing it as soon as I can, getting my review out as soon as possible. I cannot wait for those games. Mina the Hollower just looks so good. Like Link's Awakening mashed up with like Castlevania. And there was one other game that
It's got like a Bloodborne look to it too, which is pretty cool.
dude, so cool.
Hell
And
yeah.
it's Yacht Club. They're the
Yep.
shit. Also,
Masters.
their Shovel Knight games coming out this year. They're super
3D
Shovel
one.
Knight, the one with everything in it.
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Pluggy69 says, I'd pay $100 for a Wave Race Switch 2 game, maybe even a Pilot Wing Switch 2 game.
I would too, 100%.
I'm going to plead the fifth so I don't get yelled at by half the audience for pushing $100 games.
Plucky Duck,
But,
right?
I mean, let's just be honest. If it's pretty badass,
I'd be all over that, man.
I'd be asking Nintendo first for a review copy so I don't have to. Content creator perk. They might not give it to me, by the way. So that's right. I should start asking them for all the launch games. I wonder how many they'll give me.
Yeah, ask them for me too,
Sure.
please. I would love it.
Yeah, 'cause who else? I gotta think what was at launch. Oh, Cyberpunk's at launch. I wonder if I can ask them. I
thought
gotta
about it.
start getting those asks in right now. I wonder if they'll give me the codes early.
Mhm.
Even though I don't have a Switch 2 to use them on yet. It's fine. Taker 610. Stash, we're getting Blue Storm on NSO. Yep. We went over that one earlier. That's awesome. Then this one was on Stash's channel saying, thanks for the great content, Stash.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Thank you again very much. Appreciate it.
I'll just say this. I didn't even shine away. You had the best Nintendo Switch 2 experience content.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's very nice.
And I've been watching all of it, and it's like, no, people are either focused on drama. I'm hardly hearing any impressions of anything. Just people being like, oh, Donkey Kong was cool. We know that. I saw it. You actually have to play it. Can we get some depth?
Yeah, I noticed that as well because, like, I'm just trying to consume as much as I can, like even more, and see if there's anything that I missed. But yeah, people like aren't really going into detail, so it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And thank you. That's very nice. Someone left a comment saying that my coverage was better than the Nintendo Treehouse. I'm like, that's like the ultimate compliment. And I was like, oh my God. That's so
what
nice.
was so
variety.
You know what was so great about your coverage too, Stash? From all the gameplay videos that I watched was it wasn't just like journalist style, just trying to report on the Switch 2. I loved that I watched multiple videos of you at the Switch 2 event as a huge Nintendo fan having a freaking blast.
Yeah.
And that seeing you like turn occasionally with a huge smile on your face and like no acting, no performance, just a fan in the Nintendo realm having a blast hands-on with this new equipment and then getting that commentary on top of it. It was a perfect combination that made for very enjoyable watches in my opinion.
That's awesome. Thanks, man. Maybe I need to rethink how I do some of my coverage, because I think it's good to show that side. It just we don't get to show it a lot. And in this scenario it worked out because it's the only way I could do it. So like you get to show more of like your
It's very
side
authentic.
that everyone else sees me in person kind of side. But yeah, man, dude, it was so much fun. I wish everyone could have went and experienced it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Wild Brawler with the BMX XXX. Yep.
Does everybody know about that game, by the way?
I don't know if everyone knows.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious. I mean, we're not going to educate you on it. I mean, that's what Google's for on that one. Just be careful how you type that in if you do.
Yeah,
obviously.
Justin Richards. Wish physical games were sold with the license on an APT-sized cart that could be purchased for the cost of the cart. The user would then buy the corresponding game on the eShop and load it on. Wait, what?
Oh, that's interesting.
He's talking like an R4 card.
So
essentially?
he's saying that, say a game is I don't know, like 28 gigs, right?
Yeah.
And you could buy the game on the eShop, put in a 28 gig card, and like basically load the game onto that card, like a blank media, like a blank cart. But it would be a targeted cart, so you wouldn't have to buy a 64 gigabyte one because the game is only 28, so you'd buy
32.
32.
Mhm.
And if it's a bigger one, then you'd have to spend probably a little bit more to buy the 64 gigabyte cart, right? If it's like a 50 gig game. I think
So
that's what he's
basically-
saying. That's an interesting
Give
idea.
every consumer the way to turn their digital into physical.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a very interesting idea. I've
Mhm.
Yeah,
never
because
thought about that.
Because the license key would have to transfer with it.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's just piracy.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's. I wonder if anyone at these companies has ever thought about something like that. Interesting.
I've never thought of that. But that is an excellent idea.
I do like it. Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Devon Brawler comes back and says, "Come on, Eric. Damn, it's not Easter. You get 420 from his
Yeah.
brain not working."
Oh, fucking A, dude. Yep.
Yep.
I still can't communicate.
Joycey J. Okay, hear me out. Nintenbyte Podcast Special Edition socks and sock puppets. And this having the third Super Jam.
Yes.
Oh my god. Well, look, I don't know if I can get custom sock puppets that people can buy. For special edition socks, we might be able to make that happen.
Yeah.
We'll have to
That's
see.
right.
And
4 pairs
well,
with each of our faces on them.
yeah. Or we can make it so like look, it's a sock. If you want to use it as a sock puppet, I guess we could technically make the design usable as a sock puppet.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
To look into sock. I've never thought about putting socks up.
Dude. And I've heard, Nate, the sock business is where it's at right now.
Oh yeah. I'm
Sock
sure.
sales are booming.
Sure, they're booming heading into summer. Demonic Brawler. I wish they will have a single player world tour mode, 1 Grand Cup if you can finish every track in first.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting idea. Why not? We'll see.
There's so many things they can do with Mario Kart.
Yeah,
So
calm
many
down
things.
over there, buddy.
And I hope they do them all.
Just one long gigantic race.
Yeah, right. Never ending 3-hour
Cup to
race.
cup to cup to cup to cup.
What are 5 characters you wish to have in Mario Kart World? They would pick K. Rool, Diddy, Dixie, and Funky. Clearly going with the Kong vibe here.
Oh, look at the logo.
And Ness. Well, yeah. And then
DK playing hoops.
Then a random Ness thrown in.
Joey's a massive Donkey Kong fan.
Oh, yeah.
Donkey Kong Country and Earthbound.
Yeah.
So that'd be nice.
So the character, look, 5. I'll just rapid fire quick. I'm a Zelda guy. So yeah, Link's got to come back. I want Princess Zelda up in there. I want Tingle. Give me that Tingle.
Tingle's is top 5 for me for sure.
Like, fucking love Tingle. I want. This is one no one sees coming. I want Beetle with the backpack. I want him in.
Yes.
The guy knows how to run. I want to see what that guy can do.
He doesn't have a cart. He just runs.
No. I want to see what he can do if he's got some wheels. Want to see, hey, there's a better way to sell your goods, buddy. Get some wheels.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Ganondorf. Like,
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take 3 Zelda characters. I'm gonna say Toon Link, Toon Ganon, Tingle. Gotta have Tingle. And then we'll mix it up and say, I already mentioned it, but Captain Falcon, he's just too perfect.
Should already
He's
be
the racing man. And then I'm gonna say Fox. I'd like to see Star Fox, Fox McCloud.
Wouldn't it be cool if you played as Fox McCloud and randomly throughout your race when you got hit, one of the other characters would pop on screen and yell at you? I don't think you're gonna make it, Fox.
Two barrel roll.
Two barrel.
The blue shell's coming for you. You got a bogey on you.
That would be sick. It's exclusive to play in this Fox McCloud. Stash, you got 5 quick?
Wart.
Oh,
Wow.
did not see that coming.
Ganon. Kid Icarus. If it was Double Dash, man, Ice Climbers would be perfect.
Double Dash changes everything.
Yeah, changes a lot.
Obviously, God, Earthbound would be great. They're not going to do that. Realistically, I think Pac-Man could get in there because he was in the arcade one.
Let's go.
Duck Hunt Dog would be
Duck Hunt
a fun
Dog would
one,
be
too.
great.
We had
That's a
that
good
pack
one.
in with Mario.
Give me that. That is a good one.
Yep.
And because there's water in the game, give me Wave Race character.
the wave race guy. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Eric.
All right, I'll do 3.
Okay.
Gino Malo and Plessy.
Okay.
Wow.
Give me Plessy.
Okay.
Plessy.
Sheesh.
Get it in
There
there.
you go.
Surprised no one went with Samus or Ridley.
I mean, yes.
Well, I think
There's my other two.
Samus is a possibility.
Sure. Yeah, it's a main character. Yeah.
The other ones, not so much. Those are wish lists.
Brother. Nintendo's like Little Debbie sweet, but with a tease. Like,
They get that a lot.
it happens. Justin Richards, would be cool to use the paddle buttons on the back of the Pro Controller to shift gears in Mario Kart World. Yeah,
Automatic.
It would be interesting if they put a manual mode in instead of just the auto accelerate. It'd be interesting. I mean, look, all the back paddles are button remap. Like Nintendo's go first, they're button remapping. They're not extra buttons. They're ones you can use to remap. And I usually don't use things like that until someone reminded me, hey, just get rid of the clicking the sticks in and make them those buttons. I'm like, oh, fuck. Why did I hate clicking the sticks in for a button? Well, that's an easy remap. Why? What?
They should do that for bring back Cruisin'. Do a Cruisin' Nintendo crossover. Cruisin' Nintendo. Have manual mode.
There you go.
There we go. The Demonic Brawler's idea is boss races.
Boss races.
Boss races.
There we go.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. Tall Show's got an interesting question. The direct bingo results when? Yeah, I know, guys. Okay. I haven't had time to go through it. I told Eric he just doesn't have access to the email to do it. Nobody does except me. So, the passwords is a complicated one. That said, I have been incredibly busy. I got a feeling I'm going to be passing it over to Eric to check it because I'm so damn busy. But we'll try to have it for next week. We'll try to have a winner or two announced. I'm not avoiding it. Ever since April 2nd, my God, I don't even know how I have time for the podcast. Ask the guys.
Yeah.
What are the notes today?
Yeah.
Like, I just don't have time.
Like 3 sentences
No,
per,
thankfully it was just us
that?
four.
Nope.
See, it was just us four, and we already pre-discussed everything. And one topic, the headline topic, was wrecked when our guest dropped out. But it's all good. We're all good here. Well, we'll hopefully get to revisit the topic before launch with Super Metal Dave later. But not to 712 did say no more to get me there. Thank you so much, buddy. And then our last two came from Christian Kim, who just dropped that and didn't say anything, and then dropped another one and said, "Will Switch 2 have any potential flaws?" There's always flaws. Yeah, there's always flaws.
Nothing's perfect.
Some people would argue not having analog triggers is a flaw. Could be. I don't think a lot of people feel that way, but a lot of people do want them, especially if like Forza comes over and stuff. They'll feel like it's a lesser experience without analog. Not that you can't get it from a third party controller, of course, but nobody wants to think about that when you want to use your Nintendo controllers, especially in handheld, obviously. So I'm trying to think, like, right now. I obviously have never touched one. I don't know. I don't know what any potential flaws might be. I know one of the only things that I'm just kind of like would have been nice is if the bezels were smaller on the screen. But is that a flaw or is that just like a preference? You know,
I think if I had to pick one thing, and again, I don't know if this is a flaw. It's just something I wish was better on Switch 2, and that's battery life. You know, it's not as good as the original Switch. It's not as good as the OLED. Obviously, part of that is the fact that it's a much more powerful piece of machine. So there's a compromise there. But obviously, you know, if we could get, 6 to 12 hours, that would be friggin' awesome.
You know, obviously when people think of flaws, I think of like Joy-Con drift, right? Like that was a really big one on Switch 1.
I just don't think that's going to be an issue.
I don't think it's going to be an issue either. Obviously, we'll see. Maybe... I mean, what if game sizes get out of hand? The fact that if they don't support external hard drives, that could be a pretty big issue. Like if game sizes get way out of hand, and like the answer in docked mode is like, hey, we just hook up an external hard drive through that USB-C top port. But then Nintendo never lets us actually do that. Like they just don't support it.
Yeah.
That could be a huge flaw because we're limited right now to 1 terabyte max in the express slot.
I'm kind of surprised there's an extra express.
We're limited, by the way, because the 2 terabyte ones don't exist. I want to be clear.
Has anyone been able to go hands-on with voice chat on it? Because I know that like they did that whole thing in the direct about like the microphone being built into the Switch and how it has like the noise canceling and stuff like that.
There was a game chat demo at the experience.
There was. Okay.
You didn't play that or mess with that, did you? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's one where potentially like voice chat doesn't work well. Could be a potential flaw, but I mean, it's yet to be seen until I even imagine at an event like that, testing out voice chat is not an ideal scenario. You want to be in a quiet room to see how it works.
And even then, like it could be a good test for a single, like if it's about the noise cancellation. For a single Switch 2, it'd be cool to see how well the noise cancellation works in a louder environment. Does the noise cancellation work if like a baby's crying? Does it cut that out and only hear you speak? Can it like tell the difference? That's stuff that we don't know. I don't know if I call it a flaw, but like if it just doesn't work well, I know some people are talking about like the frame rate of the game share stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but they said in the interview that was intentional. Because they literally did not want to hurt game performance, and I absolutely think that's the right choice.
Well,
then
it's one thing if you're playing a game while you're watching somebody else play a game too. I mean, yeah, you obviously do not want to hinder your gameplay, but if you're just sitting there watching, your friend play, to have it be, as good a quality as it can be, would be great.
Here's the thing with that is I don't see it like. I mean, that footage, like being able to stream 4 other players' screens that aren't even necessarily playing the same game as you. All 4 players could be playing different games, and you're doing a near one-to-one live stream of what 4 other people are playing, plus running your game. I mean, that's demanding. Even when you watch someone on the PS5 who's streaming their play session live. It's not like this beautiful, sharp, crisp thing. Oftentimes there's lag. It's, a bit stuttery. It has to buffer sometimes. So I think it's fine. I think it's just a novel extra thing that you can do.
Yeah, I think, look, there could be a flaw, but I think it's just going to be something but we're not going to know till it's out in everyone's hands. Like we didn't know about that Joy-Con drift. Like, yeah, we always knew drift happens in any controller for the most part. We didn't know it was going to be that prevalent. So whatever the flaw is going to be something that's discovered over time once it's in millions of people's hands. And look, there's always the possibility that there is no major flaw. There's just preferences. That could happen too. It's pretty rare. I guess PlayStation's probably kind of in that place right now where there's not really a significant flaw with PlayStation 5. It's just preferences. Unless people want to talk about the fact that they've now raised the price twice in the generation, I guess.
I think the biggest flaw with
flaw.
PS5 is that the biggest flaw for PS5 is that it doesn't have games.
Oh, maybe because it says games, exclusive games. It has games.
Exclusive games. I mean, if Ghost of Yote gets delayed to next year, do they have no game this year? There's like no Sony game, and that seems to be like the common theme for PS5.
Marathon.
And I'm a big Sony fan, guys. So this isn't me like knocking Sony. I just have found this I don't know if it's like overconfidence. I've found the PS5 gen to be disappointing, very much so compared to PlayStation 4, which I thought was fantastic.
Not a big believer in Marathon.
No, I'm not. I don't even know where to start with that. It's like the fact that Sony was like, hey, and obviously a lot of these have been probably cut internally, but for them to go like, hey, over the course of the next 5 years, let's put out 10 games of service, just seems like the worst strategy. I mean, the hubris. Like it literally, to have a successful games of service game, you're catching lightning in a bottle. And not only do they fail at that constantly, but they already have a successful one with Helldivers that they could just grow and expand. But instead, it's like, how can we cannibalize? How can we make more?
That's the worst
Concord,
decision
that's
ever.
how. Marathon, that's how. I'm sure there's 2 others we haven't heard about. Apparently, Ubisoft is working on a new games of service battle royale, and they've canceled a dozen of them internally over the last 4 years. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Create something new, because the games like Fortnite that explode create something new. When Nintendo made Splatoon, you know why it worked? Because there's no other online shooter like it. It's a new experience. Stop chasing and copying other shit. Sorry. I'm so sick of the games of service.
I second it. You said exactly how I feel too. You can't copy other things. The reason why they caught on is because it was a new idea, and everyone just keeps trying to copy. And the thing is that by the time you copy, 5 years have passed, because that's how long it took to develop the copy of something else.
Catch up.
Yeah, it's bad, man. It's a very short-sighted business practice. I'm not sure who greenlit that at Sony, but look, I played a lot of games on PS5, but if I were to like really take account for everything, first party,
dude, it's slim pickings this gen.
It has, and it's like, Naughty Dog, what are we doing, man? Like, why did we get The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 over and over and over again?
Yep.
I really like those games. I'd really love a
coming
Part
out
3.
again too.
Coming again for $100.
109. 109.99. Yeah.
They're just together again.
You know, PS4, we had the Uncharted's, we had Last of Us. There was a lot more. There was a lot more exclusives. You know, I really think it's
because they went on the live service. That's what they did. They went all in on live service, and now they regret it.
You never put all your eggs in one basket.
It's such a bad strategy. They're literally like, even if they have a smash hit, why do another one? Why not just devote energy to that one hit? Why cannibalize? And it's such a huge risk, and all these studios are getting shut down. It's so stupid. You want to make a battle royale? Do something cool. Do like what Nintendo did. Tetris 99. That's a badass battle royale that's not going to fail because it's a unique experience.
I'll tell you exactly why. They're chasing Fortnite. They want a Fortnite. And so you make as many as possible and hope one blows up like that. Helldivers 2 did not.
They're never gonna get it. No, they're never gonna get it.
Because you can't chase. You had, like, Fortnite had no idea it was going to be what it is today when it launched.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
It wasn't even a battle royale.
And
it was a what was it? Like a
original version of it. Yeah, the original version wasn't. And guess what? All these games that you find to be mega successes, they're either free to play or almost free to play. Like Minecraft is pretty cheap. Like, You can't be charging $40-$60 for games as a service and then expect people to buy season passes and stuff on top. What are you doing?
Yep.
Doesn't work.
Yeah. Not only that, it's dude, team extraction games, a dime a dozen. It costs $40-$50 to buy. There's no single player mode. There's only 3 maps at launch. And that, like you said, the hubris to charge for a battle pass or for seasons. It's like, ugh. It's like such the gross side of gaming. I mean, look what happened with
$80 Mario Kart's the problem.
yeah.
All right, we had another super chat come in here quick from Warren Bowman, DC channel. Says, y'all think the Switch 2 will be another success for Nintendo? So many are negative towards the system already just because of misinformation. Well, okay. So the misinformation has gone a little bit mainstream. The $90 game one for sure has gone pretty mainstream. That sucks. But that can be easily corrected when consumers go to a store and they never see a $90 game. Like, that's just when they see it to believe it sort of thing. That being said, I said before, a lot of the negativity around the system, I think, is being driven by people who are trying to make it fail. They desperately want Nintendo to fail. I don't know, out of jealousy. I don't know if they want Nintendo to go third party. Some people just hate Nintendo and think it's like always morally correct to pirate Nintendo games. And Nintendo just has a lot of people who dislike the company. And I don't really understand why, because it doesn't take away from what the games and systems you like. They're not taking away from you. They're not replacing PlayStation games. They're not replacing Xbox games. They're not replacing PC. Nintendo kind of doing its own thing. And why that bothers you, it baffles me. I don't like the prices, the fact that they never lower their game prices. Okay, cool. Well, guess what? The entire industry did it, and all of those companies have been laying off people, and the one company that didn't do it is laying off nobody. Maybe the practice of massively discounting your games and devaluing your product a month later actually isn't a smart idea business-wise. Didn't seem to be working. Like, it's not working. Oh, well, I think that people just love to hate. And the negativity, I don't think represents the majority. I think it's an extremely strong, vocal, I'm not going to say like extreme minority, because sometimes you have an extreme minority that's just really loud, but then like you'll watch a Nintendo Direct and you don't see any of them in the chat. No, we're seeing it spammed in the chat. So I think it's a bigger group of people. But I think, like most things in life, once the product's out there, once people are going hands-on, that word of mouth spreads about how amazing Mario Kart is, how amazing Donkey Kong is. And you start hearing from your friends that did buy one that, actually, like, you can say, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't pay $90 for any of this. That word of mouth is what's going to carry the day. It's what carried Switch. Like, the hype going into the Switch's launch was about a game. It was about Breath of the Wild. The hype was Breath of the Wild. No one knew if Switch was going to take off as a platform. Everyone just knew they wanted to play Breath of the Wild. So I think it's going to be successful. I do think that because of current economic conditions and a lot of other things, and it being, everything being a bit more expensive than we wanted it to be, I think it's going to be hard pressed to match the success of Switch. 145, 150 million plus. I think that's, I think it's a tall ask unless this is a really, really long, like 10-year generation, which maybe it is. If they do a Pro model, I can see them trying to push 10 years. But I do think that it's going to be very successful. I think it's going to be a 100 million plus seller. The first time Nintendo's ever had back-to-back 100 mil. It's going to make them want to do a Switch 3 and just hope the economic conditions are better at that point. And I think they're going to sell a shitload of games. The biggest thing Nintendo has going for them is indeed their game output. And they've also never had a handheld sell less than 75 million. It's never happened. Why? Because they always have consistent output on their handhelds. It's really hard for me to see a platform that has big 3D Mario, big 3D Zelda, Animal Crossing, Fire Emblem, Pokemon, Metroid, all the big stuff all the time, plus new ideas and new IPs. And now the third parties are on board, and you're going to tell me that platform is not going to be successful. It would have to have a significant major flaw, like a Red Ring of Death, for me to think it won't be successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah, dude. If they could pump out an Animal Crossing by the end of or before the end of year 2, Switch 2, that's gonna like momentum's just gonna keep going because like you said, we're getting Smash, Mario, Zelda, all that good stuff, and their IPs are getting more popular. They're selling more than ever before. So yeah,
movies, theme park.
I see a very strong road to success. I have no worries that Switch 2 will fail. Obviously, it's like you said, it's a tall order.
you
Is it gonna
just got to
match
get
Switch
it out.
1?
You just got to get to release day.
Yeah, you just got to get to release day.
Like right now, it sucks for going into Mario Kart Direct without knowing exactly when the pre-order date is. That was not Nintendo's plan. We were supposed to already be pre-ordered. So, I'm curious how that's going to be navigated. But in the end, they really just got to get this system out. They got to get to June 5th. I think a lot of the problems and the negativity are going to be going away once people can play it themselves. Because everyone, even Digital Foundry, when they finally went hands-on, everyone seems to like what's going on here.
Yeah.
So like everyone seems pretty pleased with what Nintendo's doing, but this because these people got to touch it. It just has to get out there. We have one in again, for instance, excuse my language, when people like that piss me off. I think it pisses everyone off. People that just want things to fail because it's not the company they want to succeed. The console wars, dumb shit.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy too because I also feel like Nintendo is kind of the glue that holds the industry together. Like I honestly believe that if Nintendo failed and just disappeared, no longer made games, it literally would be like the cancer that kills the industry.
Taker 610 says Stash's event coverage was awesome, but I was shocked that it took him 14 hours to beat that boss in Prime 4. Yeah, dude, so like we were watching, I was watching that video on live stream, and I was like, the whole time I was screaming, I'm like, stop charge shooting! You'll end this fight so much faster.
It felt good.
He explained it. What was it last week? When we talked about the experience, like why he was charge shooting, because it just felt fucking awesome, guys. It's one of these things that you don't consider.
Literally,
we've never had true haptic feedback in mouse mode before. If it feels that incredible, I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Like it's like I feel the power. I gotta keep feeling it.
It was really cool, honestly. Like it feels like an extension of Samus's arm cannon. It was really badass. I just want to keep doing it. Yeah, just want to do it all day.
I'm like Stash is a really good gamer. He knows that, like, yeah, okay, I should be doing quicker shots here, and this will be pretty easy. But I'm like, something was going on. He really loved that charge shot for one reason. Okay, he explained it. It felt great. I'm like, all right. It's all that matters, man.
Yeah, everybody will see.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's literally a way of games have never been played before. I'm not saying they never play with a mouse, but not with haptics. That's I brought that up on X yesterday. I was like, man, no one's, people need to talk about this more. Like, this is actually a lot of people that are bringing up that when they use the mouse mode, dude, the haptic, like everyone uses the mouse. No one gets haptic feedback from the mice. It's just not a thing. There was like a few experimentations like 40 years ago with like specific games. Like I think even Beyond Good and Evil on PC had a mouse that could do some haptic, but it was very basic rumble, and literally no one remembers ever trying it.
I saw that. I saw the tweet about it. Yeah. I was reading it. I saw somebody bring up a very obscure reference of this happening on PC once. And it's like, here's the thing though. This is different. It feels different. It's also 2025.
Yeah.
The technology's changed. Nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
This isn't a mainstream application is the point.
Yeah. And this could help make, like, that's one of the things is if people love this and it becomes a really popular way to play, it will make its way back to PC. It's going to happen. It's absolutely going to happen. Because all the excuses like, well, it would make my aiming feel off. No one's saying that. It's yes, maybe a basic cheap rumble that makes the thing bounce off the table, but that's not what Nintendo's using. It's HD rumble too. This is haptics. It's not just rumble. Yeah,
they impress me. Like I said, between that and even the Dragon Drive was just insane.
All right,
I'm really hoping that takes off.
I'm taking one last freebie question, and we're signing out. Rapsid says, "Just how strong is the rumble on Joy-Con 2? He wants to know for his wife."
Probably strong enough.
It'll get the job done.
Get the job done. Yeah.
Karkun had a quick super chat.
Just use that charge shot.
Use that charge shot. Tell her Metro Prime 4, just hold the button. Resort Hotel in Okinawa with my family. Bunch of kids, theaters talking about Mario Kart Direct tonight. Switch to
nice.
That's what I like to see.
Hell
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and kids talking
Okinawa.
about the Direct, baby. Fuck yeah, man.
Karate Kid Part 2.
Love to hear that. Yeah.
Right?
Love to hear that shit. That's awesome.
That's where Miyagi was from.
That's awesome.
True story.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna get the hell out of here. Eric, the
Yes.
Spice Lord. I just noticed.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody told me to add it, so I was like, all right.
Where can they find you?
Here.
There you go. Every Wednesday. I think we're doing a bonus episode tomorrow. I assume that Direct's a banger.
Yeah.
I don't know if we all technically committed to
yeah.
it, but I'm committed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
It's a
okay with
direct
it. I
day.
mean, I'm guessing we're all probably going to discuss at some point tomorrow after the direct if
What?
it's worth it or not. But yeah,
Oh.
I'm sure it will be. But
it'll be worth it.
I mean, if we get really lucky, if things go our way tomorrow,
yeah,
we'll also get pre-order information.
Oh,
At
that'd be
least
sick.
know a date.
Oh, that would be sick.
I mean, if we get 15 minutes of them just driving around the same courses, then is it really worth it? But
Well,
I don't
here's the
get that.
thing. Like, do you really schedule a direct and have us all show up
Oh, yeah,
just for us to ask? Well, wait, how do we buy it? When can
Yeah.
we buy it? And they,
Mhm.
and they don't say anything.
Mhm.
I feel like they at least got to give us a date. I'm not saying pre-orders will open tomorrow. I don't think so.
Mhm.
But at least give us a date.
Right.
Think.
Gamer.
What is up? Gamebird, the Gamebird. You guys can find me at Gamebird Classic here on YouTube. I recently dropped a Banjo Kazooie video, so if you guys are Banjo fans, definitely check that one out because hey, this might be the time for the Bear and the Bird to finally shine on Switch 2. And I've got some cool Switch 2 videos coming very, very soon on the channel. You guys can also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I almost said Turdmaster. I've this game turd thing's gone too far. I wouldn't recommend searching the Turdmaster, but you do you.
All right, Thunderstash.
Yep, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming, and then on Twitter at Thunderstash_YouTube or YT, and then Thunderstash Gaming everywhere else. What am I working on? Well, I just got done replying to all the comments, and
What he's working on.
Yeah.
I got a couple more now to do, but I'm going to pick up where I left off, which, of course, Assassin's Creed. Need to finish beating that and review it and get that out the door.
Hell yeah.
I have a portable projector to review.
Mm.
That should be interesting. Looks like it should be a pretty high quality. I have Easter to host on Sunday. Got to get the house in gear. That won't be on YouTube, but I got to get it done. Yeah, I guess got to pick up the pieces from New York now. You know, biggest thing was getting out all those videos. I've never edited that long, that consistently, every single day until it was done. Ever. That was a lot.
Put a little.
There's a lot of
extra hair
eye
on the
strain.
chest.
Yeah, yeah. It was good. Yeah, it was good in that sense for sure. Like, did more than I thought I could do, and like kept pushing kind of things. I'm like, I have to get this out. So yeah, probably just probably like a few hours to clear my head and then figure things out.
Oh my gosh. The super chats won't stop. Taker Success says surprise double dash mode reveal tomorrow. I don't know.
Sure.
Why the fuck not?
Why not?
Look, it's the night before a direct, baby. The dreams are allowed to flow.
They are.
Let it flow, baby.
They close it out with Earthbound.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
All right. Guys, I'm Nintendo
Reggie
Brian.
walks out.
You can follow me on everywhere, Nintendo Brian. What do I got going on tomorrow? Well, we got a direct. We're streaming. I'll be bright and early, 7 a.m. Central Time. Stash will be joining me. It's going to be a fun one as we live react. I will do our pre-show there and live react to that 15 minutes and probably a little post-show for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes after, depending if it's really crazy. Then we have the podcast probably tomorrow night, assuming that Nintendo just doesn't show the same stuff, which would be
right.
Eric's showing concerns I have that I don't have any concerns for, because you wouldn't do a direct just to repeat what you already said.
I agree. I'm just saying.
He's worried.
I'm not worried.
He's scared.
We're going to be live in less than 7 hours.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of crazy.
I just looked at that. I'm like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, I'm going right to bed when we're done with this. Right. You guys can also listen to the podcast anywhere podcasts are heard. You might see us in a bonus show tomorrow, probably. We'll see. As for what else are we going on, there'll be another video, news video, something happening tomorrow. Hopefully pre-order. That's what we're talking about. Pre-order dates would be great if we can get that news tomorrow, same day as the direct, which would maybe, if the direct has a bunch of positive reaction, it's like, oh yeah, let's keep the positive going. Let them know when you can buy this after the show. Just keep it. The Nintendo needs some positives. The positives flowing.
If pre-order information's announced and it turns out to be the 21st, like some dates that's
Monday.
One of the dates thrown out there, that means that on the podcast we would have to come up with our list of what we're pre-ordering.
Yeah, we would
because
as soon as we know what are we trying to pre-order. Sounds like some physical games and physical accessories are going to be pretty limited.
Yeah, that's wild.
So it's going to be trying to pre-order. Hopefully getting everything we want. Obviously the system's the priority, but then what accessories are we going for? What games are we trying to get? So it's gonna be wild, man. All right, well, you guys can catch me at Nintendo Prime, baby. That's all you gotta do. X and YouTube, those are kind of my two biggest ones. We're streaming this in other places, but I don't even know who's watching there. So hi
Clips channel.
Hi random people. We have a Clips channel as well. Eric's cutting up those clips and we get them out.
Clips.
So, all right, that's going to do it. We'll catch you guys either tomorrow night. Otherwise, we'll be back next week for episode 15.
Later. See y'all in the morning.
Peace out. Oh, by the way, Andres Restart just joined the show for next week.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
So there we go.
There we go.
Cool. He's back for a full episode.
Like old times, yeah.
Like the old times. Except he's got to deal with the bird.
Yeah.
Bird, you took his spot. You better
is the word.
This place, baby.
Yeah, we're rivals.
Yeah,
it's funny because we started out as friends, but we hate each other.
Oh, dude, this would be great. I'm gonna put you two next to each other on the bottom, and I'm gonna put a little verses.
Yeah, please do.
Yes, Smash Bro verse style. All right, peace out, everyone.
Later.
We have an outro, right? Yeah, we do.